we go. Let's get a stream on. Mainly for my own benefit, so I can watch it back afterwards. So we're going to take it nice and slowly. We're going to go through the character creation as per the book that I've got here. There's no mad rush about it as far as I'm concerned. As long as we get to the end of this evening, then we sort of know where you are as a group and you've all got characters you're happy with. That's all I'm bothered about getting accomplished this evening. If we get anything else done, that's a Brucey bonus. But as long as when we go into the next session, you guys have all got characters and we sort of know where we're starting off. Great. Okay, so before we start launching into the sort of character creation, does anyone have any questions before we jump on that? And obviously, if you come up with any questions during it as well, or you need me to slow down or go back over everything, it's been a while since I've looked at this as well, so there's probably going to be bits where I have to look things up, or there'll be questions come up that I'll have to look up. That's fine. Feel free to ask whatever you want. If I can't answer it, I'll either be like, Johannes, what's the answer? Or I'll look it up.
Yeah, there's no quality guarantee right now because I haven't looked at the text for a while.
I did my classic thing of being like, oh, I've got weeks before then. I'll have loads of time to like look at the book. Oh, I've been slammed at work. I've had no time to do anything. But such is life, or unlife. Yeah, obviously you can tell I take Vampire that very seriously. But in all seriousness, does anyone have any questions before we get started? Okay.
No, I think I'm okay. Just let's go a little bit slowly because we read as much of the book as I had hoped.
We're going to be taking it a little bit slowly because, again, I've got that problem where because I've owned like 5 different editions of this game, it's not that I don't remember the rules from it, it's that I remember the rules from 5 different editions of the game, but not necessarily what edition they go with.
Yeah, he remembers too much.
That's it. I've seen things, man.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't there.
Yeah, I think we all have with Vampire. We've seen some things that we shouldn't have.
That's it.
You don't know, man. You weren't there.
Yeah, I truly don't because I don't.
In the legendary times of the 90s.
Because I haven't done the mind's eye. Like that's my one thing. Like you guys know about that darkness, but
yeah, you can tell people who've like rough mind's eye games by the sort of haunted expression as they stare into the middle distance, and
yeah,
a Mad World plays in the background.
Yeah.
So you want me to roll Vampire?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Let me just grab my book off my little table. So, the first step, and I believe you can edit like the free text boxes without clicking on the actual
yeah, the white ones.
Yeah. So the first thing is, and happy to go through all of these, is to pick your clan, which is the family of vampires that you belong to. All the clans of vampires tend to have propensities for certain powers, and they have a certain sort of flavour or character to the clan. Now I'm going to sort of explain through this in very sort of like easy sort of, you know, back to basics terms. I'm sure a lot of us will know this, some of this already, or all of this already, but just so we're all on the same page, we'll go through it as though like none of us know anything about Vampire. So let me just look up the old clans. Yes, I remember that this book's terribly organised. There we go.
It's
Clans.
somehow
Just
still
like all
better
the
than
others.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's slightly better than the other ones.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It does have an index. So
Right, here's your index, and all the page numbers are wrong, so enjoy yourself.
Yeah, have fun with that, guys. Okay, so in terms of clans out of the main book, we have, well, first of all, but before we start getting into clans, I'll just start reading out random clans that you may or may not be interested in. We talked about the potential of you guys all playing members of the same clan at one point. I don't know whether people still want to do that. What do you think, guys?
Is there any real sort of rules side of it that makes any difference that you're from different clans, or is it just more the background and the
in
logistics
terms of the
it?
rules, each clan has what's called a bane, which is like a vampiric weakness. They also have a propensity towards learning certain disciplines. Now, in the older versions of Vampire, that pretty much meant if you were from the... 'cause each level of a discipline had a certain power associated with it. So every vampire who had level 1 potence, which is supernatural strength, had the same ability. Every vampire with level 2 potence had the same ability as every other vampire with level 2 potence. That's not the case in this version of the game, because when you get to a level of a discipline, you get to pick one of like a small number of powers associated with it. So not everyone who has potence 2 will have the same ability as every other vampire who has potence 2. So there's a little bit more variety in terms of the powers you can have. All vampires from the same clan, unless you take some sort of merit or flaw that changes that, will have the same bane, the same sort of vampiric weakness. But aside from that, those are really the only sort of game mechanic-y bits that are relevant to clans.
So I would ask then the players that have played this a lot, does it make sense to have that spread across different clans, so you've got certain people?
I mean, I've always
certain
found
jobs?
as an ST, the bigger the spread, the more you can handle in terms of discipline/skill sets. That's not necessarily the case with tabletop, because it's a bit more open than Mind's Eye is, which is a very, very condensed version of the rule system.
Yeah, and I mean the thing here as well is obviously at this point we're just talking about vampiric weaknesses and vampiric powers or disciplines. Obviously your attributes, your skills, all the other various bits and bobs, they're not affected by whatever clan you are. So you might, let's say you're all playing Bruges just for the sake of argument, or like the sort of the rebels and like the sort of lost boy sort of bad boys of like Vampire Society.
Until they're in trouble.
Yeah, until they're in trouble. Yeah. So, but you could easily have like, oh, Giannis is playing a guy who's like focused on like brawl and like physical attributes. He's a bit of a bruiser, and then you could be like, oh yeah, well I'm playing a Bruges who's focuses on like wits and awareness. He's got a bit more about him. He's more a sort of scouty style character, and they will probably play completely differently. The only similarities they will have will be they've got the same sort of vampiric weaknesses and propensities for powers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. Way to be honest, then.
I mean, with the Hector, there's definitely a lot of scope for you to branch out away from everybody else.
Because we were talking about, are we all going to play the Clan of Death, also known as the Hecata?
I am.
Yeah, and because that is a sort of amalgamation of what, like 6-7 disparate groups that sort of banded together, which are all kind of distinguished by this very same kind of differences that we've just been talking about between the clans. So yeah, to an extent, like the options here are, do we want to do just everyone pick whatever you want from anywhere? Do we want to do a mix, or do we want to do just everyone's like a Hecata, but within that there's also like almost equal amount of options to pick?
Obviously, the one thing I would say in regards to picking your clan is pick something that you think you can role play. You know, if you want to be a bruiser, maybe go for a Bruiser, because that is typically what they're for. If you want to be more lore related, then you're probably looking more like a Cappadocian that are dedicated to the study of death, sort of thing, or the Tremere, where they're dedicated to the study of magic.
I suppose maybe we can look at it from this point of view, because we've established what at least the initial thing is going to be, which is sort of solving murders and mysteries, I suppose.
Yeah, we're sort of taking a slightly atypical sort of approach to a campaign where we've sort of said, it's going to focus more around sort of like in the more sort of like urban I don't say urban fantasy because it's not that really, but sort of like more sort of investigative style stuff, which doesn't typically, I mean not always, but doesn't typically tend to be the focus of a standard sort of vampire game in my experience. So we're going for a slightly atypical approach, but
yeah. So with that in mind, then, because we know where we're gonna start from, it's sort of relatively easy to fine-tune a niche for yourself here.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of character did you envision playing is obviously going to be the core starting point. If you want to be, like I say, more of a fighter, look at those sorts of clans. If you want to be more lore related, look at those clans. If you want to find the mid sweet spot, you can look at some of the other clans involved.
I mean, my very quick look through it, there was definitely seemed to be certain clans that wouldn't mix with other clans as well, or normally.
Well, yeah, you're
wouldn't.
not going to get Sabat hanging around the Camarilla anytime soon.
Right. See, most of
but
these
they're
names,
different factions.
Most of these names are coming out. I didn't even see in the book, Dave. I'll be honest.
yeah, but like I say, I've got a lot of experience with it.
I know, but I mean, I'm only looking at the one I had, and there was.
If you're looking at
8 clans or something,
Brujar, Gangrel,
yeah,
Nosferatu, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
If you want to be interested in lore but still able to handle a fight, you're probably looking more like a Nosferatu. Because they've got centuries of gathering knowledge and lore, and I know a lot of it got taken away in the Second Inquisition sort of thing. But
yeah, I mean, this is only from my point of view. I'm interested in like the history and where the first generations come from, and someone that is digging deep into that.
So you're more like a lore master sort.
Well, I don't know. I'm using your experience.
Yeah, I mean, if if you're more interested
but...
in the origins and stuff as a character, then you're probably more interested in laws than you would in, say, for example, combat.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as well. Obviously, we're sort of focusing very much on the sort of vampire side of things here, which I know it sounds a little bit ludicrous to say, because obviously we're doing a vampire game after all. But obviously, the vampire clan that you belong to doesn't have to necessarily reflect what your character is about, because your character's been a human being for a hell of a lot longer than they've been a vampire. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, if we've got the Clan of Death, which are sort of stereotypically sort of, they study death, they're more sort of occulty sort of based. But if a member of the Clan of Death, their character, is like, oh, I need like a double hard bruiser to like guard my shit, then if they need them that much, they will embrace a double hard bruiser to like guard their stuff. So you can sort of play against type. So what I would potentially suggest is have a think about what sort of human being you want to play, what sort of character you're interested in playing, and then we can worry about the sort of I know it says pick clan first, but I would suggest maybe think about what sort of human your character was before they were turned into a vampire, and then we can sort of work out either which clan will suit you, or if you want to play against type, that sort of thing.
So I guess Dave and Johannes, what you guys have agreed your clans, or have?
I'm going to go for Putanetska, which is like a mobster.
Yeah, so Death Clan mobster guy.
Okay.
I haven't. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I was sort of playing around with the idea of like, because the the sort of stereotypical former form of the Death Clan was the Italian Giovanni, and they had a lot of stuff revolving around like, let's keep hold of and also a protective hand over our own family. I thought it might be cool to do a thin blood Giovanni who's just like the disappointment of the family. they didn't turn into a proper vampire even. It's just the 13th kid, and someone eventually got around to making them a vampire, and it didn't work because they're useless. I thought that might be cool, but I haven't settled on anything yet.
Yeah, and just to explain to people who may not be familiar with it, the way, I know we've talked about this a little bit before, the way sort of vampire generations work is you had sort of Cain as like the mythical progenitor, and then each generation is like a step down from him. So like 13th generation are like 13 steps removed from like the progenitor, with the idea that the blood gets diluted and weaker the further down you go, until eventually you get to like the bottom rung of what can be considered to be a vampire, which are the thin bloods, where like the curse of vampirism is so weak in them that they've sort of got 1 foot in the human world and 1 foot in the vampire world. So like they're still damaged by like sunlight and stuff like that, but whereas it's like really serious, like, oh my god, I'm on fire, for like most vampires, for them it's like, oh, if they had to quickly dash across a sunlit courtyard and they kept to the shade and they had like a heavy coat on and a hat and stuff like that, they might get away with sort of fairly minor damage. But also they don't have some of the more powerful abilities that stronger vampires would have. So it's a sort of a bit of a trade-off. But yeah, just to remind everyone, the sort of original idea of this game was that the Camarilla, the sort of ivory tower society of vampires, quite some time ago, arranged with the Clan of Death, the Giovanni at the time. They signed something called the Promise, which was basically, oh look, Clan of Death, if you stay out of our business, we'll leave you alone because we really haven't got time to be like dealing with you right now. And the Clan of Death were like, yes, thanks very much, we'll sign that. And it was signed as like a sort of magically binding document that is so magical that even the people who signed it can't entirely remember what's on it. But recently, knowledge has resurfaced through various means that that promise had a time limit, had an expiration date on it, and it's due to run out very soon. But because of this weird sort of magical occlusion over it, no one knows exactly what's going to happen when it runs out. So the Clan of Death, which is why they're sort of gathering all their sort of their cousins and their disparate bloodlines together, because they're like, what's going to happen? Is the Camarilla going to start hunting us? You know, like, we don't know. And likewise, the Camarilla is also like, oh, well, are the Giovanni and the Clan of Death going to start sticking their oar into our business and causing all manner of like tomfoolery? They don't know. So it's almost like a sort of Cold War scenario where like everyone's sort of like waiting to see who like jumps first and who's going to like pull the trigger first. So it's a very sort of paranoid, sort of tense situation at the moment. Now, the other thing we talked about including was, because we're doing this as a sort of limited campaign, was the idea that perhaps something is awakening or arising or happening in the sort of dark, murky waters below Venice. I nearly said Vienna. See how many times I say Vienna by accident during this game.
Yeah, I'll be listening for the drones.
Yeah. So something potentially arising below Venice, and the campaign would end when either this thing rises, cue apocalyptic music, end credits, or you guys stop it from rising. Whatever it turns out to be. But the idea was going to be very much you guys sort of delving into like sort of, I suppose, almost a sort of like vampire-y sort of X-Files vibe, you know, where you're sort of investigating stuff that's going on in the city that would lead to you stumbling onto this much larger sort of idea of this, whatever it is, this force rising up in the city. So what we really...
I'm sorry, John, just before we move on, the two factions who signed this promise, they're the Camarilla, are they?
The Camarilla, and it was the Clan of Death, previously known as the Giovanni.
Okay. And who are the Camarilla? Are they like a
The
vampire
Camarilla,
faction?
yeah, the Camarilla are basically a group of vampires of various different clans, like the Bruges, the Toreador, stuff like that, who basically, way back in the midst of time, the Middle Ages, got together and they were like, oh, okay, yeah, these humans, like individually, they're pretty fucking weak, to be honest. We could probably take them. However, there's a lot of them, and they've got weapons, and they can move around during the day, and we can't. So they're like, for our own safety, let's enforce this little policy we like to call the Masquerade, which is basically, don't let the majority of humans know that vampires exist. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and everyone will be happy. And by the way, we're also going to throw in a few cheeky rules and regulations just to make sure us really old vampires stay in charge of the younger vampires, because that's the way we like it. So they're basically your sort of I suppose your corporate sort of faction, where it's like, oh yeah, if you're a vampire and you pay your dues for 5,000 years, eventually you might get a seat at the big boy table and be able to do something. But realistically, previously that didn't tend to happen, because by the time you're 5,000 years old, whatever vampire was above you is now 5,000 years older. So it was basically a society designed to keep the oldest vampires in charge, and keep the younger vampires running around working for them. But recently, for reasons which we may or may not go into in the game, a huge whacking portion of the oldest vampires from the Camarilla suddenly felt this mysterious call known as the Beckoning, and they all just dropped what they were doing as far as the younger vampires are concerned, and they all just sodded off to the Middle East and just sort of abandoned their posts. So suddenly all these sort of I suppose teenage vampires and sort of middle-aged vampires are like, oh, our parents have just vanished, the people who were sort of in charge. So it's thrown a huge spanner in the works, but also it's a time of unparalleled opportunity for the younger vampires, because now maybe they can finally make a difference, because they haven't got to be beholden to all these older vampires who've disappeared. But again, with the ever-present sort of theme of paranoia in the vampire world, some of them are like, oh yeah, it's all very well this, but what about when they come back? What's going to happen then? And some people are like, well, they're not going to come back, or yeah, we're never going to get this chance again. Now, if we were going for a game made up of the Clan of Death, the Clan of Death does not belong to the Camarilla. The nearest they got to sort of cooperating with them was signing that document where they were like, oh, you go your way, we'll go our way.
Okay. And then if the guys are doing the Death Clan, Death Cult, does that kind of negate us being able to do Camarilla?
No, we could have Camarilla vampires, because another advantage of the Camarilla being a bit fractured at the minute is a lot of vampires are starting to look outside the traditional sort of faction relationships, because previously, if you'd have said, oh, do you know what, I've met this Giovanni vampire who's really useful and really handy, and I'm thinking of forming a coterie, effectively a group with a Giovanni, all the elders in the Camarilla would have been like, no, I don't fucking think so, and you would have got a lot of social pressure that would probably have stopped a lot of vampires from doing that. But now everyone's pretty much trying to consolidate their own power bases, or they've disappeared to the Middle East. There's not really anyone to sort of wag the vampire parental finger at people in the same way. So a lot of people are sort of going, well, yeah, it's desperate times, if you've got a Giovanni ally who can help you get a step further up the ladder, maybe that's the smart thing to do.
Okay.
Put a little summary of my very condensed notes in the chat there.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
I have got to say they've done something I didn't think was possible in Vampire the 5th edition, that they've almost made the Anarch faction palatable to me.
I think, John, that's one of those things where we just need to play, and we'll get there. I think we'll get there, because now it's no longer the The loyal opposition, which is the
Oh.
fucking what the shit. But let's not get into that. But now they're actually like taking heads. So
Yeah.
That's cool.
To explain to you guys, there was also like used to be a sub faction of the Camarilla called the Anarchs, and they were like the young rebellious vampires. We're like, fuck the man, yeah, we do what we want. However, they were still technically members of the Camarilla, so they were all sort of big and bolshy and like, yeah, we do what we want, until they got into trouble, and then they were sort of like, oh, still got love for the Camarilla, still got love for you. Whereas once the shit hit the fan, basically the Camarilla were like, look, we don't need all these like rowdy like idiots causing us trouble when we're trying to get our own house in order. So they were like, oh, Anarchs, you can either like join the Camarilla properly or you can like GTFO. And they just expelled them from the Camarilla. So they have actually become like more of a faction now. They can't just sort of like go back to the Camarilla whenever the going gets tough. See Dave laughing because he knows how much I don't like Anarchs.
I'm not a big fan myself, mate. I'd rather have 100 people playing a bloodline than one player playing an Anarch.
100 Kia Sid versus 1 Anarch. Which one are we doing?
Let's do the Kia Sid.
Oh man, that's rough.
I tell you what, man, that'd be an easy game for me to run. Right, you're all sitting in a library.
Yeah.
And
Book club.
then I would just record myself saying that, and I'll repeat it every session. I saw a video clip of me going, "You're still in the library."
Every once in a while, John will go,
Yeah.
Okay. Very, very vampire inside baseball. Do we have any particular preference to any of the various groups that we've talked about here?
So I have done very little research at all.
It's
But
fine.
my backstory that I'm kind of working through in my head kind of looked at the gangrel as like the
Nice.
hunter type, animal pest type theme that I was going for my starving partisan in the 40s during the Second World War kind of background. So that's what I'm leaning towards.
Yeah, I believe if I remember correctly, the Gangrel are, as a clan, they're mostly sort of Anarchs at the moment, because originally, like back in the halcyon days of like the 80s and 90s, they used to be members of the Camarilla, but then something happened, and like a lot of the very influential older Gangrel were like, nah, forget this, we're leaving, and they took most of their clan with them. There are still members of the Gangrel within the Camarilla, but you know they used to get a bit of the older stink eye because they'd be like, oh well, all of your clan have left, like why have you stayed behind?
yeah. But they're also very good in combat, Rob.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's
Their abilities they have are basically animalism, which is like talking to animals, attracting animals, stuff like that. Fortitude, which is supernatural toughness, and Protean, which is pretty much a grab bag of powers you think Dracula might have had, like glowing red eyes to like see in darkness, sprouting like claws that can do horrible damage, melding with the earth, so effectively you can sort of like just sink into the ground and like rest below the soil, stuff like that at high levels, like turning into mist or like a wolf or a bat and stuff like that.
okay. Cool. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm not married to it if we do decide we want to all be the same clan, but that's where I had kind of got.
As I said, Rob, I think there's more fun in variation, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea because we are sort of riffing heavily on the number one big thing in the current sort of background story in the current day of this edition, which is the sort of like crumbling of the old order. Like we're looking at Venice, which is like the number one place for the Clan of Death across all of the editions, but a lot of their elders died to the Inquisition, the Second Inquisition, and then they killed the rest on their own as a part of their sort of reorganization. Tidying up the company structure is what they call that.
To basically very simply explain it, the Clan of Death were originally a clan of vampires called the Cappadocians, and then at one point in time they were like, oh, this mortal Italian family called like the Giovanni, they seem to have it going on. Oh, let's bring them into the Clan of Death. So they turn loads of them into vampires. And then the Giovanni like mounted like the mother of all like hostile takeover bids, and just like wiped out most of the Cappadocians, and they were like, "We're the clan of death now. Like, respect our authority." So when it came to like this promise starting to run out to the clan of death, because a few survived, and there were a few scatterings of other bloodlines. When this promise started to run out, and the clan of death were like, "Oh shit, you know, we're like." All of these disparate bloodlines and sort of cousins and stuff like vampiric cousins and stuff like that. Like, we really don't like each other, but we like everyone else a hell of a lot less. And like we might need someone to have our back when this promise runs out. If the Camarillas start getting a bit rowdy, so they basically bought all of like the family together, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we know us Giovanni have been like shitting on the rest of you from a great height, but that was the old Giovanni, like the elder vampires. We're the younger Giovanni. It wasn't our fault. And to prove our good intention, here's a load of our elders that we're just giving you to like kill. There you go. Enjoy yourself. So we're all friends now, right? We good? Yeah, we're good." And the other, and they sort of got together and sort of meshed together as the Hecata. So it's like this bundle of different sort of bloodlines, all aspected with death, that have been jammed together.
And because like everyone's losing, like the old money is dying now, in this is everything everywhere in the setting. So I kind of like the idea that because of this, also, as John, I think you wrote in your sort of preliminary, like this is Venice. Like it's no longer like 100% Giovanni. Like there's not like a Putanesca bouncer at the door of Venice, like checking everyone's ID. Like, are you Camarilla, dude? So I kind of like the idea that we would have like a delegation of some outside body here as well that has interest in the city, working together with, you know, represented at least at this point by Dave, the sort of locals.
Yeah, it used to be the case, sort of like back in the day, that Venice was the Giovanni city. Like if you went to Venice and you weren't a Giovanni, you were being watched, you were being spied on, and like if they decided they didn't want you there, you would either leave pretty quickly or you would like disappear, because it was like the one big city that they held. However, as Johannes and myself were saying, a lot of the eldest of the Giovanni have now been wiped out. The clan of death as a whole is still pretty busy sort of reorganizing themselves, so they don't have the numbers or the raw strength now to just have Venice on lockdown. So, and granted, the Camarilla's also in trouble and is trying to sort their stuff out, so they don't have the strength just to like sweep in and be like, "Oh, Venice is a Camarilla city." But individual vampires and small groups of vampires like coteries have started like moving into Venice, because you know they can take territory there, they can have like interests there, whereas previously, because it's very difficult, particularly in the modern world, for like new territory in terms of vampires to like open up, whereas Venice, which was previously entirely on sort of like lockdown by the clan of death, now it's starting to open up a bit more, and like younger vampires are like, "Oh yeah, I might still be a bit restricted here because everything's under the control of somebody already, but I hear there's stuff up for grabs in Venice." Or again, you could be people from Venice, locals who've been embraced by vampires who will travel there. I mean, it's a tried and true vampiric tactic. Let's say you're an American vampire or an English vampire, and you go, "Right, I'm going to move to Venice because I hear that's like the cool new place to be." You go to Venice, you know nothing about it, you know nothing about the place. The easiest way to like get up to speed, especially if you're an older vampire and you're a little bit out of touch with the modern world, is to find a local, turn him into a vampire who's beholden to you, and then be like, "Right, you're going to be like my eyes and ears and like doing all the grunt work for me in Venice until I like become acclimatized to it." So it could be a case of, just to use Gangrel as an example, your character doesn't have to be, it could be a case of you're a local to Venice, some Gangrels moved in for whatever reason we decide, and he's like, "All right, I've either been looking for someone to make into a vampire, like a childer, or I just want someone to help me acclimatise. Right, I've picked this guy here," embraces you, before you know it, you're a Gangrel yourself. But I would suggest, since we're talking about doing a sort of more investigative game, that we first of all sort of focus on, what you guys want as a group, not so much in the vampire stakes, but what sort of characters you want for this sort of like occult investigative group, and we can then start sort of filling out the other bits of it.
Yeah, if we were the CSI Venice team,
yeah, basically, yeah.
What would we be? Because that's what we're doing, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Because someone's been dropping bodies, and we need to figure that out. So
we're essentially taking all the things like like Supernatural, X-Files, like CSI, and then we just sort of mashing them together, and then we're sort of putting like a vampire like sheen on top of it. So, and this is probably going to be a bit less your typical sort of vampire games. The stereotypical vampire game tends to be very focused on like trying to retain your humanity, and that whole sort of monster I am, less a monster I become sort of vibe. Which there will still be some of that in this game because it's built into the mechanics, but we're also sort of shifting the focus more onto this sort of like investigation plot. So I think if you guys decide like what sort of investigators you want to play, basically, and how you want to sort of work as a group, we can then sort of add the vampire bits on top of that.
If I remember correctly as well, in the old world, back in the day, one of the stereotypes for Gangrel was actually a cop.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah. Did he still get the sea wolves in the Gangrel?
I don't think they talk about them at all.
Yeah, they've not been mentioned at all in the latest version of the game.
Yeah,
I just thought with all the water around, it might be like something right up Rob Street.
Yeah, depending on like what kind of, like, this is getting rather nitty gritty, like the flavor bits in your background, Rob. But like because you mentioned the Gangrel now, and if Rob, your character is like someone from, you said the World War.
Yeah.
So your character might be someone from the World War, but because the Gangrel usually they have a lot of stuff going on in sort of the northern bits of Europe generally. And if you know your history, you know that the Normans went all over Italy. So you could pull in some kind of Norman guy from history, depending on how esoteric and weird you want to get with that sort of thing.
Also, if I remember correctly, in the Second World War, the Gangrel, the Tremere, and the Vontru were all heavily invested in it.
The war,
the Gangrel in the war, but the Gangrel were invested because of the amount of destruction. The Tremere were having a power struggle with everybody, and saw it as a great way to drop a couple of magical nukes. And the Vontru, just mainly at that point, as they were kind of fading out of the Knights of Order, they were heavily invested as protectors of the lands they owned. That's just some useless nonsense for you.
But so, Rob, do you have ideas? And I'm just asking because you brought out some ideas here. Do you have ideas for like what your character was about in the war?
I'm thinking of those the North Italian partisans, resistance against the Germans, kind of feral tactics, kind of real,
guerrilla,
guerrilla warfare type things is where I kind of went with it, because I know that there was a bit of that, or a lot of that in north of Italy, northern
resistance
Italy.
Movements,
yeah. So that's kind of where I was started in terms of, I was in that, I was near death, I got saved by a vampire of some description, and I kind of grew into that kind of, mountain man type, hunter tracker, kind of matured then into more of a private eye kind of type thing, or a finder of lost people. That kind of, as he kind of matured out of the kind of 50s into the 70s, 80s, kind of matured with it, became much more technology adept, and kind of moved away from traditional tracking of animals in the wilderness to kind of tracking people in the urban setting. So that's the
nice.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like it. I like
It's
it.
kind of where I'm. Yeah, I thought it was a balance. But yeah,
So you sort of tracker turned bounty hunter sort of
yeah,
style.
yeah. I think that's where
Rock
I
the
think
bounty hunter.
Nice. Yeah, I think we definitely work with that.
Yeah.
Darren, have you got any thoughts about what you'd like to play in terms of like the person that your character was before you became a vampire?
Yeah, I mean the problem I've got is I've got no history background or anything from this, and you guys obviously have got loads of it. So my concern is with a sort of learned character or anyone with any sort of real knowledge, it's gonna fall flat because I ain't gonna have any. Because I first originally thought of sort of a guy who was investigating vampires, rumors, and he was looking into it, and he wanted to get more involved in learning and following all the paper clippings, and and traveling around. Oh, this has been cited, or this weird thing happened, and he got too close to it, and obviously, for whatever reason, was turned into a vampire himself. But then that would mean you'd have to have some knowledge, that you could follow that up with.
I really like that idea. The sort of like ghost hunter slash like cryptozoologist guy. Conspiracy theories.
You're sort of, well, not an Indiana Jones because it's not really items he's looking for, but just following, stories and rumors.
So more sort of like your Fox Mulder sort of type.
Yeah, and took the wrong turn somewhere and ended up in a club with, a bunch of bloody vampires, or something happened where, he went down a wrong alleyway one day, getting too close to it, and someone took.
I think we can definitely do that. And I mean, in terms of you not knowing like scads about like the vampire background, I don't see that as being a problem any more than if we sort of played a D&D game and you didn't know all the background of the campaign world. It's very easy. Like obviously, if you've got the stats and the background to match that, you can very easily just say to me like, "Oh, what do I know about this?" And I can give you like all the details you want.
Yeah, no, I'm just throwing it out as
No, I like that. That's a
Annis
good idea.
and Dave have obviously got loads of information and knowledge and all these different clans and that. But I like the idea of that. But yeah, I just didn't want to sort of let the side down if I ain't got the knowledge.
To be fair to Darren, I've got a lot of information about the old World of Darkness. Version 5, it's all new to me.
I would say like no worries on that point, because like it's that old chestnut of like I'm playing a character with always going back to D&D, but like playing Call of Cthulhu with a character that has like 90% out of 100 in theoretical physics. I don't know shit about that, but I will roll that skill all day.
Yeah. I mean, if
and I mean
John and everyone's happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy with it. I mean, in terms of the whole sort of like wider stuff as well, like beyond the boundaries of Venice, it shouldn't be too necessary to know all of that, because like, part of the thing about vampire, and one of the things I do like about it is because vampires are very urban sort of creatures, obviously, because that's where the food is. I mean, gangrel range a bit further afield, because when it starts getting daylight, they can just sink down into the soil. A lot of them don't have to worry about finding anywhere to sleep. But most vampires tend to be like congregated around cities, and generally a game will sort of like stay with that particular city. You won't be sort of like globe trotting or anything like that. So I don't think we need to worry too much about stuff that's going on outside the city. And I'm more than happy to like provide you with information that your character might know and that you might not know.
I mean, you could probably count on hand the amount of clans that actually free roam around the world, and one of them is because they're forced to by their bane. So
yeah, I mean, and the other thing is I don't know how old these guys are. I mean, does that make any difference?
Generally, a young vampire, you're probably talking within 100 years.
Right, and we're probably all going to be that sort of age group.
The way the game recommends doing it is having all of the people in a particular player group in the same sort of age range. And there's 3 age brackets given in the game. There's the Childer, who are the youngest vampires, and those are vampires that were embraced within the last 15 years. There are the Neonates, who were embraced between 1940s and a decade ago. And then there's the Ancilla, who were embraced between 1780 and 1940. Now, obviously, there are vampires older than that, but those are the 3 sort of age brackets that it recommends you start with. And essentially what that means in terms of mechanics is, if you play Childer, that's the basic bog standard, create your character, boom, done. If you play Neonates, you get some extra experience points. If you play Ancilla, you get slightly more experience points to start off with. It's like, again, to go back to D&D, it's like the D&D equivalent of going like, right, we're starting at 1st level, 3rd level, or 5th level in this game.
Yeah. Well, if Rob's keen on doing his sort of Second World War sort of carry on from that, then I think that, you know, that fit in with that, and we'll go for the sort of middle one, I guess. The sort of
Neonate.
Yeah. So Neonates tend to be they were embraced between 1940 and a decade ago. They tend to be 12th or 13th generation, and basically, in addition to the main character gem, which we'll do in a bit, you get like an extra 15 experience points, and that's pretty much all there is to it in terms of mechanics.
Cool.
So I'll make a note. We're going to have Neonates.
And is there an obvious choice with clans then, which would tie into sort of what I'm trying to create there?
The investigative sort of like occult clan. It's a dead cert for like the Clan of Death, because they're all about that occult business. There's also the Tremere, who are effectively vampire like hermetic wizards, for want of a better term. And they used to be like, oh, we're the fucking magic clan, no one can touch us, we've got all that sorcery. And then like the Second Inquisition sort of were like, oh, you're also very easy to spot, and we've wiped out most of you. So now there's only like a few of them left. They and I actually do mean to say Vienna here. They used to have their head chantry in Vienna, which was like, oh, we've got all of our occult libraries.
Central.
Yeah, we've got all of our
Central
knowledge
Vienna.
all centralized in this nice one place. Oh, what's that? The Second Inquisition have like blown it up, claiming it was a terrorist headquarter. Oh, we've lost all our eldest vampires, and like all of this knowledge we'd accumulated over 100 years. And the only Tremere who are left are the sort of younger ones, or the ones who just happened to be away from the Vienna Chantry when it like blew up. So they've gone from being like literally like, we are the second most powerful clan in the Camarilla. The Ventra are like the big money men and the sort of business leaders, but we're the power behind the throne, to like, oh shit, there's hardly any of us left, and like everyone hates our guts because we've been like bigging ourselves up for all these years. Oh, we've got to make like new alliances, and we've got to like secure ourselves, and they're in a bit of a mad, like everyone, they're in a bit of a mad scramble trying to like secure their positions. So Tremere could work. There's the La Sombra, who are like a clan of shadows, who also have a bit of an occult bent. They used to belong to an entirely monstrous clan of sect of vampires known as the Sabbat, who were basically like, oh, whereas the Camarilla thinks we should try and like hold on to our humanity and sort of play nice with the food. No, forget that. We're monsters. Let's be monsters. But let's not be monsters so much that like the humans wipe us out. However, recently the Sabbat have had like complicated things happening with them, and a lot of the La Sombra have sort of jumped across to the other sects. So they're potentially available. They have sort of powers that deal with like manipulating shadows and the abyss and stuff like that.
So to jump in here with some thoughts that I have, because the idea was like you're sort of following a trail and it leads you too far down the rabbit hole, and then someone gets you, probably because you found something that you weren't supposed to, or someone was really impressed with your ability to find it at all. And just based on these two things, it doesn't help you, but could be anything. Could be any clan at all, really.
I was
And
just going to
some
say,
of-
ironically, you've picked the background that could work with any clan of
Yeah.
vampires.
And depending on sort of what sort of flavor you would like, I was instantly thinking Nosferatu, which is a bit more sort of they can be somewhat easy to pick out from a crowd, depending, but they are sort of rather well, sneaky. I'll say so.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, they also have as Janus was hinting at there, they have a bane, which there's always something like eerie and off about them that makes them easy to pick out. So back in the day, it tended to be they look like this, they like get deformed, or they look like the stereotypical Nosferatu, like bold, pointy ears, big fangs, and hence why they had a lot of like abilities related to like disguising themselves or hiding themselves. In the new version of the game, it's been sort of like refined slightly, so you don't have to have like physical deformities. It could just be something in the way you move, maybe like you never blink, but there's always something off about you that makes like normal folk a bit on edge and a bit uncomfortable around you. That's their bane. So they tend to sort of keep to themselves and within their clan. They're not sort of like your socialite torrid or like going out and living it up and like party at the blood rave every night.
Yeah. And they have a lot of sort of potential because of their magic vampire stuff. They get like ostensibly like invisibility type things, doing very, very sneaky stuff. And that's
they're also hard as nails.
Yeah,
and they have rat friends, so that's also cool.
Yeah, the sort of stereotype of them is they tended to like reside in sewers. They have animalism similar to the gangrel, which gives them power over animals, and they can communicate with them. They have, instead of like fortitude, like toughness, like the gangrel have, they have potence, which is like supernatural strength. They also have something called obfuscate, which at low levels is you don't make yourself invisible, but like people's eyes just like slide over you and they don't register they've seen you. Whereas when you get to like higher levels, you can be like, oh, you've seen me, but you've actually seen like an entirely different face, and you can make yourself look like other people, or you could make yourself like, oh, you've seen me, but I am Mr. Generic, who you will pay no attention to. So they sort of like at higher levels, they can move through crowds without anyone paying any attention to them or spotting them. People still might be like, oh, someone just walked over my grave. Oh, I felt a bit weird then, like something's happened. But if you've got these powers on, they wouldn't instantly be like, it's him over there. They'd just be like, oh, I just had like a bit of a shiver. I'm not sure why. Oh, anyway, mysterious stranger I'm talking to. Let me carry on telling you about this thing I was talking about. That sort of dealio.
Yeah, that would give that a go, I think.
Okay. So let me just write down. So you're sort of going for a Mulder-esque investigator. Was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay.
Right. So, Dave, Puttanesca, did you have ideas for how high up the ladder this character would be?
I've not got to that bit because obviously it depends what's available in terms of point spend. I don't think the character is going to be low because they're typically an enforcer. So
I'll say what sort of like concept for the character are you thinking of?
I'm going to go with femme fatale, John.
Femme fatale. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because no one ever expects to be landed on their ass by a woman that looks good.
That's a great twist on the Puttanesca, who are just Godfather rolling in.
That's it. It's a new dawn.
Yeah, that's right. It's
a brave new world.
2000. Yeah, the brave new world of 2012.
That's it.
Right. Okay. So sort of like enforcer Puttanesca.
Yeah.
Because I've
Probably going to be your bodyguard if you're like some
yeah.
occult genius.
One of the reasons why I've sort of been trying to ask you guys about your stuff is because I found out that I don't have like a strong immediate like jump out thing that I want to do myself. So I was sort of fumbling around trying to find if there's something that I could latch onto with your guys' concepts there. There's a lot that I could do probably, and I guess this is a good point here because I doubt that Dave's Puttanesque Enforcer is going to be like a necromantic prodigy.
God, no.
There's a
How can I use this to hurt people?
it's like what do you mean bone? Like the ritual is I'm gonna stick this where the sun don't shine.
That's the ritual.
Do we want to bring in like occult stuff, or do we want to go in with a like actual, let's have like one of those conspiracy boards up and the twine connecting the different photographs that we've taken, or do we want to bring in like necromancy and sorcery?
Yeah,
Bring in the
there's-
necromancy.
I said there's two sort of the way I see it. There's a sort of sharp dividing line in like vampire abilities where there's the ones that are obviously supernatural, but they're like human characteristics taken to an extreme. So like fortitude, there's very tough people about, but vampires are tougher. Potence, there's strong people about, but vampires are stronger. Then you get to things like the sort of lesser sort of like occult stuff, like the protein that the gang will have, sprouting claws, seeing in the dark with like red eyes and stuff like that. The Nosferatu sort of making themselves technically invisible. And then you get to like the really sort of occult stuff that like the Tremere, the Hakata have, where you're like, I'm summoning fire from the air, or I'm summoning up the ghost of this person who died to like question them. So I suppose what we're sort of trying to get at here is, do we want to sort of, within the limits of the fact we're all playing vampires in like a fictional version of Venice, obviously.
Hey,
do we want to try and keep it to the sort of, not the more realistic ones, but the more sort of like understandable sort of abilities, or do we just want to throw caution to the wind and be like, yeah, you're summoning ghosts, you're doing strange, weird rituals, all of which can be very useful in an investigation because, like, you find someone who's dead, if you can like be like, oh, get your ghost out here and like tell me who killed you, that's very useful. But it's a very different flavour to if you want to have an investigation where you're like you say, like conspiracy board, and we're sort of like talking to witnesses and stuff like that. So, and I think either could work. I'd be happy with either. So I don't know what you guys think.
I'm all for the occult, John.
Oh yeah.
But
I know you
I'm
are, yeah.
I'm always in for something that makes life a little bit harder for everybody. But if you're investigating dead bodies and stuff, having somebody that can suck a soul out of thin air, that's always a bonus.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to include something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's,
Kind of an added element.
it's different parts of the game that would be included, wouldn't it?
Like you say, it's just a bit more variety in it, isn't it?
yeah, and it's sort of like it's a big question directed like squarely. Like you guys can't see it, but I have a special camera in John's house where there's a Giovanni laser pointer pointing at his head right now because he's gonna have to answer all the ghost questions if I bring in a necromancer. So that's like it's a different line of work as compared to like I have 3 dots in influence. I'm gonna go talk to my police buddies. Like it's like, oh, I'm yeah. Oh, did someone die, John? Here's a ghost.
And to be honest, I think the Carter be throwing everything they can at finding out what's going on, especially in their own backyard. So they're definitely throwing a cultist in with people.
Yeah. Another thing to mention, which I actually only found out the other day, but which, and I don't know if this has any relation to why they chose Venice to be the home of the Giovanni in like the World of Darkness, but there's like an island which is just basically a big cemetery in like Vienna, because back in the day they were like, look, there's not enough land to be like burying all these dead people here. Where should we bury them? Oh, there's that island over there that no one's built any houses on. And then over the years, everyone who's like died pretty much in Venice has been like buried on this island. So it is just like a huge graveyard.
Yeah, it's one massive mausoleum, isn't it?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Which I thought was a cool fact. I only found it out the other day when I was doing a bit more research. But yeah, so I'm perfect. Obviously, by the fact I've suggested having some of the Clan of Death in it and setting it in Venice, you can take it as read that I'm happy to do all the sort of ghost reffing and stuff like that. That's absolutely fine.
All right, okay, so I will have a browse of my options here because for a while I was thinking like it'd be just plain old basic fun rolling in with a Ventru who has more money than sense and just having a good night on town. But I'll go through
Yeah,
the
just go for the Cappadocians. It's the same kind of period.
Okay,
Yes.
you guys. Well, I'm going to go and switch the light on, nip to the conveniences. Obviously, if anyone needs a bit of time to refresh your drinks or whatever, please go ahead and do that. Then when we come back, we'll start sort of again very slowly working our way through the character gen process. We'll take it a step at a time, and we'll see how we get on.
Yep.
Back in a few moments. Right, so the game also recommends that you create a relationship diagram with like the various NPCs, player characters on and stuff like that. So what I'm doing is rather than try and mess around laying it out on the VTT, I'm just setting up a Google Drawings doc in my Google Drive. So let's see if I share the link for that with you guys. The link. I can edit. Copy link done. Okay, so post that in the chat. When you go to it, it's just going to be like a big blank screen. But hopefully we should be able to, drop text boxes onto it and draw various bits onto it sort of freehand. Anyone who's got the link should be able to edit it. So hopefully you can all see that, people who've logged onto it.
Yep.
Okay. And what this is as we sort of go along, so for each vampire, obviously, you have a sire. The vampire that made you into a vampire, we add those on there. As you put your backgrounds in, you might get NPCs connected with you from certain backgrounds. You pick certain what are called touchstones, which are people who help sort of ground you and keep you in touch with the person you used to be before you became a vampire. They help you maintain your humanity. So those will get added onto there as well. And we basically just draw a diagram where we're like, this is our starting cast of characters. And obviously we can sort of add to that as the game goes on. Right. So, characters then. So, in terms of clans, so you pick your clan, which we've pretty much already done. We've got Johannes and Dave as Hecata. We've got Rob as Gangrel. We've got Darren as Nosferatu. So write that in the clan space on your character sheet. We then have you, we're going to put your sire's name. So obviously you will need a character name for yourself. I did put, I forget exactly where I posted it, a list of a sort of Italian name generators, in case you couldn't think of any. I think I posted it either on the event or in the group.
I've just put it into the chat there.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Rob. Much appreciated. So once you guys have picked your character names, I can see Johannes and Dave are on it. They've already added themselves onto the character sheet, although, well, the relationship map, although those names might be a little bit on the nose.
I am the one who necromances.
That's Johannes is just gonna. So, the necromancer. What's your deal?
Yeah.
What do you bring into
I
this group? Well, aside from this like bone motif on this like dark robe I'm wearing,
my silk robe is fantastic. You feel the fabric.
I'll have you know I was a silver medalist in the 2012 Emperor Palpatine lookalike competition.
Yeah. Is it possible to learn this power? Not from the Camarilla.
Yeah. Okay, so if you want to add your name onto the your character name onto it as well, Darren. And obviously we can move all of these around as we need to. So I'm just going to spread these out a little bit. And obviously Johannes and Dave, when you come up with actual names for your characters, just drop them on there. Okay. So the next thing to do, and I appreciate this is a lot of names, but like I say, you've got a name generator. The next thing to do is to put the name of your sire, the person who turned you into a vampire, on the relationship diagram.
Did they go into the Predator tab?
No, they just go on the relationship diagram, not your character sheet.
Okay. Right.
I think if you see there's a tab called description on your character sheet. There's a box on there for sire, so you can put it in there if you wish.
Okay.
The size name just on the Google Doc.
Yeah, like I say, also there is a box on the character sheet in the description tab for sire as well, so you can put the name in there as well if you want.
Nice.
I would say put them in a separate text box to your own name though, because then obviously we can sort of like move them around separately and whatnot. I do quite like the. Well, I know it's a bit tongue in cheek, but I do quite like the thought of Giannis's guy to be like, "I'm a necromancer like my father before me. My family's been in the necromancy game nigh 150 years. Hardest game in the world."
It's a family business. I'm Mr. Necromancer Junior.
That's it. It's the only family business where like death doesn't guarantee that you leave the family business.
When he's sticking around, he's dead. He should retire.
Oh, nice. Okay, so what we're going to do next is I am going to draw an arrow between the sire names and the character names. Like I said, this doesn't have to look perfect, it's just ignore the fact that I seem to be popping arrows everywhere. Like they're going out of fashion. That's such a bizarre way of working Google Draw. I don't know why you do that. There we go. Okay, so what I'd like you guys to do now is somewhere next to the arrow pointing from your sire to you, just write in a brief 1 or 2 word description of what your character's relationship is like with your sire. Now, if your sire is not even in your character's life anymore, it could just be like, none. You don't know your sire, you never really did. You might get on with them really well, you might hate them. Entirely down to you. And what I would suggest doing is putting what your sire thinks of you first, then a slash, then like what you think of your sire. And obviously we can neaten up all this later, it's just to give us an idea of like where we are. I've got to say, Rob, you're winning for like the coolest sire name so far.
Yeah, well, look, I tend to steal my ideas from the books that I read, so they're not my ideas. I'm just regurgitating them.
I'm a GM, like I know all about stealing ideas to like using roleplay games. So that doesn't make it any less valuable. And as I say, what we'll do is we'll go through the normal character gen as we're doing now. Then at the end, we'll add the extra XP on for you guys being neonates. So bear in mind, as you're sort of allocating your dots and whatnot, you will get some extra stuff. But we're not going to add that on until the end. Because at the minute, we're creating your character as they were when they were first became a vampire. And then the extra XP will be like, oh, and this is how you changed over those decades. Before you reach the modern knights of 2012.
A broad question to the group, if I may be allowed a disruption to your thought process. A highly placed Giovanni, prodigy necromancer dude, probably groomed by one of the sort of not quite elders that didn't get decapitated, or a somewhat more esoteric Cappadocian individual of well, because the Cappadocians, it's hard to summarize, really, huh? Like
Cappadocian.
7 different clan histories. Cappadocians.
I was going to say, did you notice how I wasn't interrupting to interject when you were like, the Cappadocians?
Yeah.
I was like, you good.
The Cappadocians weren't really around for 600 years. It turns out some of them survived via various means, and they also came up to the family reunion, and they're kind of the like OGs, but everyone thought they were gone. So it's sort of like, okay, I guess you guys are still here, huh? So Cappadocian, or like sort of like highly placed modern Giovanni.
I think if you go down the Giovanni route, they have to be kind of useless or not good at what they do.
Whereas you've also got the other bloodlines that are in the Clan of Death.
But an esoteric kind of calculation, or that kind of who's, again, I'm not going to remember how to pronounce any of these things, but that kind of esoteric kind of Sherlock Holmes type.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like a good. Also, you like playing esoteric characters, right? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, that's like, I'm asking you guys to please guide me to choose something else.
I do like the Bumbler idea. He's in the Giovanni, but he's not there because he's basically useless as well.
He's like, yeah, sorry.
No, I was going to say, if you wanted to play against type, how about you go for like a really sinister, like Harbinger of Skulls? That's pretty against type.
I'm looking at the Harbingers of Asher sheet right now, John. Which is also the Cappadocian sheet. They don't have their own. That's the same.
I know, yeah.
Are the Nagaraja part of the?
Yep.
The Nagaraja have a wonderful sheet, and that's the sort of like, that's kind of like the homicidal psychopath Sherlock Holmes sheet, where they have one thing that basically says like, you know how murders work. So you go into a room and you're like, oh yeah, oh yeah, this is how I would have killed this guy. Yeah. So
the Nagaraja bloodline, their bane is like, instead of just like drinking blood, they have to literally like eat people. So they're sort of like the cannibal cousins of the Clan of Death. They're the ones where, like, when they did this big reunion and they were getting the clan together, they were like, yeah, they're
really,
they are in the family. Yeah. You wouldn't really want to. They're the sort of branch of the family we don't really talk about too much.
Yeah, we don't talk about them because when they come over for dinner, they bring their own chainsaws and plastic bags.
What happened to the barley?
But yeah, I guess we'll go full on.
That's a whole thing.
I guess we'll go wizard, huh? On this, so let's go with the Harbinger / Cappadocian.
Okay.
Thank you for the input.
So now we've got the sires down, get the names down, the sort of relationships down. The next thing, we come to some good old-fashioned stats. So the next thing is putting your attributes down. Now, if you look on your character sheet, you can see you've got your physical attributes, strength, dex, and stamina. Your social attributes, charisma, manipulation, and composure. Your mental attributes, intelligence, wits, and resolve. They're all sort of fairly self-explanatory what they do. When you make a roll, it tends to be an attribute paired with a skill, and the number of dots you've got between the two of them is how many dice get rolled. So to alter these, you will need to unclick the padlock. And basically, you get to pick one attribute at level 4. That's going to be your highest one. You get to pick 3 attributes at level 3, 4 attributes at level 2, and 1 attribute at level 1.
So 1 at 4.
Yep, 1 at 4, 3 at 3, 4 at 2, and 1 at 1.
Okay, what's manipulation? Is that to do with how you interact with humans?
Well, it's generally like in a social situation, like trying to get someone to do what you want, but in a sort of slightly underhand, like sort of socially manipulative manner. So
Yeah,
like,
it's
if
generally
if you're trying to persuade someone with charisma, it's like people think you're a great guy, they want to help you out. Whereas manipulation, you'd be sort of like, oh, do you remember that? Remember that favour I did you like way back when, and that sort of dirt I've got on you? Oh, it'd be a shame if anyone like found out about that. So it's the slightly more underhanded sort of version. Is how I see it.
yeah. So in general, like you're doing something social, because manipulation is an attribute. Likely you're doing that plus something else. So
Okay.
What John was talking about there, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, John, you might have been thinking about subterfuge,
Yes,
which
yes, I
is
was, yeah.
which is yeah. So manipulation, even though like it's worded like that because the game is like it's vampires, yo. Like they're not the good guys. But manipulation is your like social sort of get people to do things stat. And then you combine that with various skills, subterfuge, persuasion, intimidation, to like put the specific flavor on it. And then there's of course charisma as well, which is the the sort of I guess the good guy version of being socially influential.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just so 4 dots is level 4, right? So
Yep.
okay, so each one of them already has 3. Okay. So it's 3 level 3. Sorry, John, how many level 2 did we get?
4.
4, okay.
Okay, so let me know when you've all done that. Like I said, there's no mad rush though. That's a pretty cool picture, Dave.
Yeah, man, I was just flicking through all these bloody character avatars I've got.
No, no. And another thing that may interest you guys, if you, I don't know if you guys can actually do it, but obviously you see where the sort of hooded man face is on your character sheet. That can be changed to a character picture, basically.
No, I can't do it, mate.
But to be honest, if you send me the pictures that you want, like
Yeah.
done, like post it in the chat, I can easily add those on. That's not a problem. I thought you might not be able to do that because obviously it's reading the pictures locally from my machine.
Yeah, it's a whole world of hurt, mate, opening that one up.
Yep. Okay, so how's everyone doing with that?
Yep.
Done.
Okay. So next we have a couple of secondary characteristics to work out. And those are health, which is up the top on the left, and willpower, which is just to the right of that. And basically the amount of boxes of health you have is equal to your stamina plus 3. So if you've got stamina 2, you'll have 5, which is, I believe, what it's set on by default. See if your stamina is higher or lower than that, you could adjust that.
Give me that extra health box.
And if you unlock the padlock, you should see just to the left and right of health there's like a plus and a minus button, which allow you to add boxes onto it. And likewise, there's plus and minus boxes next to willpower when you unlock it. Your willpower is equal to your composure plus your resolve. So for instance, because I've just got Darren's one open, he's got composure 3, resolve 3, so he's got willpower 6.
I have willpower 3.
Ugh.
Hey, don't worry.
Okay. So the next thing we're going on to, and obviously at any point if I'm going too fast for anyone, just shout up. Or if you need me to go over anything, just let me know. The next we're going on to is skills. So these are listed in the section below attributes. Now there's 3 potential sort of distributions you can choose from of skills. You can either be a jack of all trades, where you've got like a smattering of loads of stuff, but you're not really an expert in anything. You can have the balanced one, which is like you've got a few that are a bit higher, but you've also still got a fairly nice spread. Or you can go for a specialist, where you sort of your skills are like super focused. You've got like a few of them that are like quite high, but you don't really get that distribution. And that it's down to each individual person to decide which of those they want.
I'm going to go for focus, John.
Okay, so the specialist. So you get, you might want to jot this down. You get 1 skill at level 4.
Yeah.
3 skills at level 3.
Yeah.
3 skills at level 2, and 3 skills at level 1. Obviously, that's the same for anyone else who wants to go for specialist. Is there anyone who wants to go for like the jack of all trades, where you get the broad sort of distribution?
Yeah, I was considering it. I've got the list here, John, so you don't have to read it out. But yeah, how many skills are there? 27 skills. That'd give you 19.
Sorry, John, can you read out to me the jack of all trades split?
Yeah, you get 1 skill at level 3. You get 8 skills at level 2, and 10 skills at level 1.
Okay, and then balance as well?
Yeah, the balanced one, you get 3 skills at level 3, 5 skills at level 2, and 7 skills at level 1.
Okay.
Balanced, I think. I've just got to work out what ones.
Yeah, and the skills are fairly sort of self-explanatory, but if anyone does need an explanation of what the skills are, obviously just shout up. More than happy to do that.
Yeah, sorry, overall, I'm probably lagging behind a bit, but I can take care of myself here. Don't worry about me. I'm spaffing dust down here. Now, John, one thing that I did notice is that I've typed in my clan a number of times now, and it seems to always revert to clan. The field there.
Okay.
That's happened to me as well, actually.
Well, there you go. I've just changed it for you, Johannes.
All right.
I expect it may be like connection issues and stuff like that.
Oh, I'll reload the thing. It seemed to retain the dots, so as long as that's good.
Yeah,
then we're
that's it.
fine.
Yeah, I've done that, John.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's okay now, John. Thanks.
No worries. Okay, so give everyone a moment to spend their skills. Let us know when you've all done that. I'm very much enjoying randomly as well, because obviously I've only got Darren's character sheet at the minute, but I can see your guys' is like cursors moving around on the map. It does look like a little sort of like tracking map with the little dots with the names by, sort of like moving around the map of Venice.
Trickiness.
Okay, how's everyone getting along?
Done, mate.
I need a few minutes. Sorry, I'm still.
No, that's absolutely fine, mate. It's not a problem. As I say, for the end of tonight, everyone's got the characters sorted. That's all I'm concerned with.
Come there.
From a combat perspective, sorry, I guess never played a vampire game. Are we all kind of brawlers? Are we? What would be normal?
I'm a brawler, but that's because from the background, essentially, that's my job. So
Yeah, I mean, it depends entirely on your character. I mean, you can obviously, if you want to be a firearm specialist, you can be. If you want to go for melee combat, you can do. Most vampires can sort of boost their physical attributes using the blood they've stolen from people. Obviously, people who specialise in the skills for like brawl and like strength and stuff like that will tend to have a bit of a head start in that regard. But most vampires, certainly if you're fighting mortals, are like no slouches when it comes to like hand to hand.
Okay. And then if I had the craft skill, then I could kind of craft silver bullets and all sorts of shenanigans to deal with.
Making stuff, yeah.
Okay.
And the bit we're going to do in a minute, once everyone's got their skills down, is you get to select a number of sort of specialities, dependent on your skills, and those are sort of areas where you get like an extra bonus dice to it. So if you've got the craft skill, you get to like get a free speciality in that. So let's say just for instance you were like, oh, craft speciality silver weaponry. If you had to make a craft roll to make any, you'd get your dice pool and another dice on top of that, because that's your sort of focus of your crafting knowledge.
Okay. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. How's everyone else?
Yeah, I think I'm done with the skill dots.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lovely jubbly. So the next thing we're going to go on to is specialities. If you look below the skill section, you'll see there's a speciality section, and you can click on add, and it brings up like a default of specialty, skill, academics. And if you click on the edit button, which is like a little pad with a little pencil next to it on the right of that, it'll bring up a box where you can rename the speciality to whatever you want it to be for. And you can also change, if you click on the attribute tab, you can change the skill that it applies to. So,
And how many do we have?
Okay, so if you have the academic skill, the craft skill, the performance, or the science skill, you get a free speciality in each of those to represent your field of study. And there are sort of sample lists of those, but it can be pretty much what you want as long as it falls within the sort of broad auspices of that skill.
Okay.
how many of these do you get, John?
Like I say, if you've got academics, craft, performance, and science, you get a speciality for each of those skills that you possess.
Right.
And then, in addition to those, everyone gets one free speciality, which can be in any skill you want. So, I can see here Darren's got science. He could say, I'm taking biology as my free speciality in science. Then, with his free one, he could take another speciality in a skill he's already got, or he could just put it in a completely different skill. And like I say, mechanically, these specialities mean that if you're using your skill in an area where that speciality is appropriate, you get an additional dice to your dice pool. And what you'd need to do, Darren, is yeah, I can see you're on it already. So at the end of this, you should have a minimum of 1 speciality if you've not got craft, academics, performance or science, up to a maximum of 5 if you've got those 4 skills and your free one.
Sorry, just randomly, would like the science of, I guess, finding people or tracking people be a speciality? Is that?
I'd say that's probably a bit broad. If you wanted to go for something like, I don't know, like forensics or something, I think you could probably go for that, because, you know, then you could use it to sort of like look at trace evidence and then use that to track people.
Any idea how you spell forensics?
Yep. FOR.
Yeah.
ENSICS.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so obviously take a few minutes to think about what you want from your specialities, guys.
Cool, and then just from I'd like to take the sniper one as the firearms one. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's fine.
There's not a list though, is there? It's just what you.
There are some examples in the book, but
Oh,
they are just examples.
Yeah, I was looking for a sort of investigation-y type.
Okay,
examples.
Give me a moment, and I will
book
give you
open,
some
but I don't know.
suggestions.
Page
yeah.
169 is where
Oh,
investigation
lovely.
is.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, so potential specialities: criminology, again forensics, deduction, missing persons, murder, paranormal mysteries, traffic analysis, randomly. You know, for that public planning vampire we've all been desperate to play.
Oh yeah, get me in there, coach.
That's it.
Now for missing persons.
See, I'm laughing, but I would love to play that. Yeah, and for examples for that we've got for science on here, Rob, we've got astronomy, biology, chemistry, demolitions, engineering, genetics, geology, mathematics, and physics. But like I say, I think you can include forensics in that as well as investigation.
Okay, cool.
And like I say, obviously your free speciality, that can be in any of your skills that you have at least 1 dot in. So it could be one you've already got a speciality in, it could be something else entirely, as long as you've got 1 dot in it.
Think I've done that, John. I've got my 1 free speciality.
Alright, okay, well, what have you gone for?
I've gone for melee and I've speciality knife work.
Nice.
Banking, is that called?
Yeah, knife work.
Oh, sorry.
Again with my kata.
I cat ya.
Okay, so we'll move on then. So now we're on to disciplines, which have a separate tab.
Yep.
So we'll worry about precisely what powers specifically you want to have later. We'll go with just working on like what dots in disciplines you've got. So basically each clan has access to 3 disciplines, and you get to basically pick 2 of those disciplines. One of them you have 2 dots in, and the other you have 1 dot in. So we'll start with the gangrel. You have a choice of animalism, which like I say is calling animals to you, communicating with them, stuff like that. Fortitude, which is supernatural toughness, and protean, which at low levels is like being able to see in the dark with glowing red eyes, melding with the earth, sprouting claws, etc.
Okay.
And you get to pick one of those that you want to be your primary discipline, so you have 2 dots in, and you get to pick one that you want 1 dot in.
Done.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So the Nosferatu, Darren, they have, again, animalism, which is as I described it previously. Obfuscate, which is veiling yourself from other sight, keeping yourself hidden. And they have potence, which is supernatural strength. So again, you get to pick one of those at level 2 and one at level 1. Okay, and as for our 2 Hecata, you have access to Auspex, which is obviously sort of supernatural perception and stuff like that. Fortitude, again, supernatural toughness, and Oblivion, which is, yeah, it's necromancy. Let's not beat around the bush. It's like manipulating dead energies and spiritual energies and stuff like that. So again, you guys get to pick one of those at level 2 and one of them at level 1. And as I say, at the end of this, you guys will be getting like a lump of like XP that you can drop into things like this as well, if you want to boost any of this up.
I've gone for Fortitude 2 and Auspex 1.
Makes sense.
I've gone Protein 2 and Animalism 1.
Nice.
I like how we totally changed the game and I'm still basically playing the same hunter going around.
Hey,
taming animals.
Well, he got turned into a vampire. He did get turned into a vampire. So
That's true.
Yeah, there's a nice sort of thematic link going on. Okay. So is everyone sorted for their disciplines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next thing we are going to pick is your predator type. And this is at the top next to the clan. It's just to the right of it. And basically what this is it's a single word that sums up how you normally hunt. Like if you're on your own and you were like, I need some of that sweet, sweet blood. This is how you default to going and getting it. It's not something you have to stick to in the game. It's not like, I have to feed like this. It's just basically like, if there's a bit of downtime between sessions, and I was like, I'll roll a dice, see how you feed. Like this would tend to be like your default method of feeding. So I'll go through what they are. There's Alley Cat, where you basically stalk, overpower, and drink from whoever you can when you can. There is the Bagger. You steal, buy, or otherwise procure cold blood rather than hunt. There is the Blood Leech. You drink from other vampires, whether hunting, coercion, or by taking blood as payment. There is the Cleaver. You feed covertly from your or someone else's mortal family and friends who you've still got connections with. There's the Consensualist. You never feed against a target if a target doesn't give you permission, effectively. There is the Farmer. You only feed from animals. The unfortunate side effect of that is like the hunger's constantly gnawing at you a bit more because animal blood's not as satisfying as that sweet, sweet human vitae. There is the Osiris. You're basically a big celebrity amongst mortals. You've got a bit of a cult of personality going on, and you use that to like get hold of your blood. There is the Sandman. You feed off sleeping victims. The Scene Queen, you're immersed in a certain subculture and you use that to get your blood. The Siren, you feed during intimate moments. And that's pretty much it. Now, each of these, depending on which one you pick, will give you some minor alterations to your character sheet. Like they might give you like an additional speciality. Some of them give you like a dot of a discipline that might help you in your particular method of feeding. If it's particularly violent, you might start with like less humanity, or you might gain contacts or whatever.
So right off the bat, John, do we? Whoa!
The game begins.
Someone's going to town.
I thought that was Dave going, how do you feed? I punch my victims and take their blood.
I was going to say, Matt, can I get the extortionist out?
Yeah. Do we want to use the extra types from the Cults of Blood Gods, specifically related to? It's very on point for the Hecata. There's two additional ones there. To just quickly go over this, there's the extortionist, which is you like to make other people bleed for you. Like it's not you go and punch them in the mouth. That uses like blood goes into bag or your kneecap goes into next town, and you get your munchies on. And then the second one, which is what I had my eye on, which is the grave robber, John. And this is
I'm aware
unfortunately the same thing that I did last time, but it's just
I suck
good
from the cold blood of the dead.
Yeah, I only eat dead blood. So,
All the mourners.
I'm fine. I'm fine with using those two. That's fine.
Right.
Obviously, I'm assuming because you guys both sort of piped that you wanted to use them, you've got the details of the alterations you need to make to your character sheets.
Absolutely.
So that's fine. So,
Yeah. Any idea how I take away humanity?
let me just have a quick look.
Not that way.
That's how I did it. That's how I tried it the first time. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So basically, what you do is you click on the box twice, and it will turn red, and that effectively means you've like lost that.
Click on the. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
And obviously, normally it sort of goes from left to right. So if you've gone down humanity, just like start ticking them off from the right hand side.
Ah. Okay.
Oh, so because we have a starting value that we haven't gotten to that point yet.
We've not got into it yet.
So I'm just having this thought now, fiddling with the graphical interface here. I guess we're supposed to fill in these like for health, not for health and willpower. No, it works differently. Yeah. So for humanity, I think what we're supposed to do with this sheet is click on the boxes, as many as you will have humanity. We'll find that out later. Click on as many boxes as that number until they're red, and then once shit starts happening, we like click on them until they're not red anymore.
Right. Okay. So what I would suggest, Rob, at this point, if you just like note down or remember how many points down you are, and when we sort of like work out what the humanity is later on, you'll know to deduct that.
Sort it out. Yeah. Okay.
So have you any thoughts as to which one are you going for then, Rob?
I'm going for the alley cat. That was
nice.
The theme I had going.
You do get that free speciality intimidation, stick ups, or brawl grappling though, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
And also you get a dot of celerity or potence. So
that was the question I had next: is where are they, or what are they?
They're disciplines, so they're additional discipline. You get a dot of one or the other of them. Celerity is basically supernatural speed, and potence is supernatural strength. So you get one dot in one of those two. So you've got to decide: do you want to be fast or do you want to be a bit stronger?
I want to be fast. I've gone for celerity.
Okay. And also on the I think it's on the features tab is where the backgrounds go. You get a criminal contact 3 dots, which is like a background. You'll be able to buy backgrounds to like give you like resources and havens and stuff like that later on. But you effectively get a criminal contact for free. So this would be the point as well, where once you've noted that down, we would add your criminal contact onto the relationship map.
Okay.
So if you want to come up with a name for your criminal contact, again, as I say, feel free to just use the name generator. I'm going to be making an awful lot of use of that during the game, because I've got to admit my knowledge of Venetian names is like fairly minimal.
Funny that.
Yeah.
John.
Yep.
So I've picked on page 177. I've gone for the Sandman.
Okay. Yep.
It says gain 1 dot of resources.
Yep. So that is a background as well, as I was just describing with the criminal contacts, and that represents basically how much money you've got, like how much cash you can get your hands on, like dead easily. So to you, like any sort of bit of equipment that was like 1 dot, you could just get hold of that. It's not anything you have to save up for. You've just got the readies lying around for that. So you put that in as
goes in
features,
the
I think
bit.
it is. Yeah.
I just call it resources. Put it under background.
Yeah, and put that you've got 1 dot in it, and obviously when you spend your pool of points later on, you can like add to that if you want. Like if you want to be like rolling in dough, you could like bump that up. Otherwise, you've just got like a free cheeky bit of resources from the Factory of Sandman. And obviously you get either an additional dot of obfuscate or a dot of auspex, which is sort of supernatural senses.
No, I've gone for further sneakiness.
Fair play. And obviously you get the either medicine, anesthetics, or stealth breaking.
Nah, I've gone for the break-in.
Nice.
Which would tie into it, obviously.
Okay, lovely. So we've all got the predator types down. So I'll flip back to my page. Because of course I've lost my page. There we go. Okay, so we've picked the predator type. So the next is advantages. So this is the backgrounds, effectively. So you get to spend 7 points on advantages and take 2 points of flaws, and this is in addition to any you gain from your predator type. So I'm going to see if I can find the page with advantages on, and we can sort of have a look through those. Obviously, if anyone finds it before me, shout up. 179, there we go. So 179, so we're talking about merits first. I say you get 7 points to spend on them. It's on a dot per dot basis. So 2 points spent on a merit is 2 dots in a merit. And then you get 2 points of flaws. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through these quickly, shout out a name. If anyone wants to know more about any of these, just shout out and we'll look at them in a bit more detail. Okay, so we have merits, linguistics, knowing languages, looks, you've got stunning looks. Now bear in mind, most of these as well you can also take as flaws. So if I shout out any of these and you're like, I don't fancy it as a merit, but I might put my flaws in it, obviously shout up as well and we can look into that. There is, so although these are described as merits, some of them just seem to be flaws, so I'll go through it anyway. Substance use, an addiction to some sort of substance. Archaic, well, it says only ancillary and older vampires, so we don't need to worry about that. Bonding, how you're affected by drinking the blood of other vampires. There is an effect in the game known as the blood bond, where the more you drink another vampire's blood, you start to feel this supernatural sort of sense of like basically loving them, but it's like artificial. But even if you know it's artificial, you can't do anything about it. And the way it works is if you drink from someone like once, you might sort of think about them a bit more than you would do. If you drink from someone twice, you really start to sort of like feel for that vampire. If you drink from them 3 times, you're pretty much under the thumb of that vampire. Like you would like throw yourself in the way of a buzz for them. However, some vampires are a little bit more resistant to this, or a little bit more affected by this, and that's what the bonding background represents. There is feeding. There's several merits and flaws based under this, and these are everything from the flaws about only feeding on animal blood to only being able to feed on the blood of supernatural creatures. There's merits such as Bloodhound, where you can like smell the resonance in a human's blood. So you could smell some blood and you could be like, oh, this person was scared when they ran through this alleyway and this like blood was spilt here, or this person was feeling like excited as they like ran and left this blood here. To the 3-point merit Iron Gullet, where you can basically feed from cold blood, gone off blood, rancid plasma, and it's fine. You have no issues with it. Then we have mythic merits and flaws, which are sort of peculiarities and strange sort of supernatural quirks. Things like the ridiculous flaw stake bait, where it's 2 points, but if you get staked, you're not just paralyzed like most vampires. You are of the stereotypical, like, I get a piece of wood through my heart, I burst into flames and I'm dead. There's folkloric banes. So, you know, like, oh, if someone puts like a wolf's bane around the door or whatever, you can't go in, that sort of thing. Folkloric blocks, like things that legitimately repel you. So if you took one for like crucifixes, someone brandishing a cross at you could literally like force you away. Things like stigmata. There's also merits like, you know, being able to eat food as a 2-point merit. Most vampires, if they eat food, they'll just vomit it up along with a lot of blood after a short period of time. However, if you've got the eat food merit, you can eat it, you don't digest it, and you will have to throw it up eventually, but you can keep it down until like you throw it up just before you go to sleep. So, which is obviously quite useful for blending in. You could like go into a cocktail party and be like drinking and eating and looking perfectly normal, and then you can like throw it up later. There's thin-blooded merits and flaws, which we'll ignore because none of you are thin-blooded. And we'll then go on to backgrounds. There's allies, obviously people who help you out. Contacts, people who can give you information. There is fame, and the reverse of that, the flaw, infamy, which is you're either well known for something or you're hated for something. Dark secret, you've got some sort of secret which would cause you a serious problem if it was revealed. And there is influence, which depending on the level of it, you have like a serious amount of pull with one or other sort of aspects of a mortal society. So for some of the examples it gives in here, your influence applies to the city as a whole at 1 dot less than it does within your group or region. And that can be, so that ranges from 1 dot, well connected, you're guaranteed like a respectful hearing within your sort of area of influence, up to 5, like dominant, where literally, let's say you've got level 5 and you maybe it's in the police, like people in the police will literally be like, what can we do today to like get this guy on side and like keep in his good books, at that sort of high level of influence. Then we have an optional background, which is Haven. A vampire, which is where you stay during the day and where you live effectively. A vampire with no dots in Haven maybe has like a grave or an abandoned apartment with some like cardboard taped over the window, stuff like that. There's various sort of sub-merits that you can take for Haven, but if we want to get into that, we can do so in a little bit. There are law sheets, which are a specific sort of subcategory. I don't know, how would you describe lore sheets, Johannes?
So lore sheets are a rather new innovation in the game, and it's basically a collection of 5 distinct sort of qualities or abilities or both that you can pay an amount of points for, ranging from 1 through 2, 3, 4, and 5. You don't need to progress in that order. You can just buy like the 3rd one, like pay 3 points and get just that one. And they are always to do with something in the sort of setting of the game. So it's not like I can run faster. It's, oh, I know this like important figure, or I'm descended from this like big time old vampire. I'm of the lineage, and because I'm of the lineage, people give me a little bit of a leeway because they're like, oh no, like this guy is descended from so and so. We need to be, you know, on his good side or whatever it is. But it's sort of like things you can buy to tie your character to specific parts of the setting. That was a lot of words to explain that, but that's what it takes.
Yeah. So, for instance, there's just as a sample, there's one of the lore sheets called Theobel, and Theobel is one of like the more powerful members of the Brujar clan. He was once quite high up in the Camarilla, and then fairly recently something happened where he was basically like, "Get fucked, Camarilla. I'm not having any of your shiz." And he was like, "Come on, Brujar, we're like leaving. We're going to the Anarchs." And he was so well respected that most of his clan went with him. Now, with this background, you're sort of directly related via bloodline to Theobel. So that's things like one dot. You've got a sort of rebel cell of mortals, because Theobel was all down with like the anarchists in the Mortal Society, up to like level 5, where you've got a small contingent of like fellow Brujar who sort of left the Camarilla with you, and they look to you for guidance. So there's various different lore sheets. If anyone's interested in lore sheets, we can obviously look at those in more detail. Like I said, they tend to be like specific bloodlines, stuff like that. Membership in specifically like kindred organisations. For instance, there's one that Johannes took in the previous game, which was he used to be a member of the Second Inquisition, like the Vampire Hunters, before he got turned into a vampire. So he knew sort of like some of their operating procedures and stuff like that, and he could avoid them a bit more easily. Stuff like that. There's, as well as lore sheets, there is Mask, which is sort of like how well you're sort of like known in mortal society, like sort of how covered you are, I suppose could be. By default, a vampire has no need of a mask, because if you're recently embraced, you can still pass as a human. But if you've got like a high level of mask, it basically means you've got like a fake ID, you've got like a birth certificate, you've got like a fully constructed like fake mortal identity. So like if someone's like, show me your papers, you can just be like, there's my ID card, there's my driving license, there's my social security, there's my everything. At sort of high levels. Or you can take floors for that, where like there's the level 2 floor, known blank body, where basically several of the sort of huntery organisations have like flagged you as a potential vampire or terrorist, because there's like no paper trail for you. So that's like drawn their interest. Down to the 1 point floor known corpse, where like everyone in the area knows you died. So if you suddenly pop up and start going about as yourself, you're going to draw attention, because like, it might, maybe, I don't know, maybe you died in a particularly horrible sort of accident, and it was all on the news and in the papers with like your picture and like your grieving family and whatever. Then if you suddenly start popping up and being like, oh hey, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, people, oh, you that guy like died in that fire like 3 weeks ago. So that can be a bit of a social problem, shall we say. There is, and again it's the habit of new vampire using weird words, Mauler, which is MAWLA, and this represents one or a group of kindred, so vampires, who will look out for you, offering guidance, information and aid once in a while. They might act as a mentor to you, so it could be your sire if you want, it could be other vampires. They might trade information to you. You might have a sort of mutually respectful relationship. And basically the higher level you've got is like the more stuff you can get out of them and the more often you can call on them. Obviously the reverse of that is adversary, so a vampire or a group of vampires who want to make your life difficult. And that basically ranges from 1 dot, which is like a neonate, so a vampire who's of the same age as you guys, up to level 4, which is level 3 is an elder, so a very old vampire. 4 is like a primogen or an anarch revolutionary council member, so someone high up in that sect. And 5 is like either a Camarilla Prince or an Anarch Baron, so they're like the tip-top people in that sect. We then have resources, which, as we discussed previously, is how much dollar you've got. If you take a 1-dot floor of resources, you're destitute, you've got no money, no home. 1 dot of resources means you've got some money, but you live paycheck to paycheck. You've got an apartment, a car, and maybe some like basic like camping equipment. Up to 3 dots is rich. You've got a nice condo, house, luxury items, high-end equipment, and you've got enough that you could provide for several people. Up to like level 5, which is ultra rich. You've got like a number of different mansions, and basically anything you want to buy, you're just like, yes, I would take 2 of those jet planes, please. Is that sort of level. And then there is retainers. You have 1 or more loyal and steadfast servants or assistants. They may be people you've influenced with like mental powers, or they could be ghouls. And what ghouls are is they are mortals that you regularly feed your vampiric blood to, and that makes them super loyal to you, in the same way as a vampire drinking another vampire's blood becomes super loyal to them, in a sort of Renfield-esque sort of style. It also gives them some very minor sort of like reflections of your abilities. So most ghouls tend to be a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, and a little bit tougher than your average mortal. Nowhere near a vampire, but just a little bit stronger than your average bear. And they, after a short while, because of drinking this blood, they will be incredibly loyal, almost to a creepy extent, to the vampire who's feeding them, because while they've got your blood in their system, they also don't age. However, let's say your ghoul's 100 years old and you cut off that blood supply. Once that blood is like processed out of their system, the age will start catching up with them very rapidly. So beyond a certain point, they're pretty much entirely reliant on their vampiric dometers to like keep them alive. So it's a very unhealthy relationship, but if you're not bothered about that as a vampire, they do make for very useful servants, and obviously they can go out in the day, they can do stuff that you can't, and they've got a bit of that like vampiric strength and flavour to them. You can also have ghouled animals, which are in a similar vein. You know, they're probably a bit faster, a bit stronger, and a bit tougher than your average animal, and they will be very loyal to you. In terms of retainers, you can take, if you take it up to 3 dots. 1 is an underwhelming retainer, a child, criminal, lowlife. It says a horror nerd, follows you around and does your bidding without a blood bond. They count as a weak mortal in terms of their stats. 2 dots, you have a ghoul, a family servant, a human lover, or a dominated thrall. They get a bit of a backstory, and they tend to be an average mortal or a ghoul with no particular like extra like flavour on them. If you take it at 3 dots, you get a retainer competent enough to act independently and just make small problems go away without you having to like deal with it directly. They're likely a ghoul with traits equivalent to a gifted mortal on top of any supernatural abilities. So they have a little bit more of that sort of vampire funk rubbed on top of it. You can also take retainers as a flaw for 1 point, which is stalkers, where basically some part of your personality, maybe you've got a magnetic personality or something like that, you have a tendency to attract people who become a tad too smitten with you for their own good. You know, you get the sort of like crazy like fans like following you around and stuff like that. The next one we have is status, which it represents your reputation and standing within a specified local community of kindred. So like you'd have to take like status Camarilla separate to like status Anarch, stuff like that. 1 dot, that's 1 to 5 dots. 1 means you're known, you've been properly introduced to that sect, you're welcome, you're seen as a bit of an up and comer. 3 is influential. This will be the level an average elder would have. You've got authority and influence over certain people within that sect. 5 is a luminary. You basically sit at the head table of that faction. Like when the Camarilla Prince like wants to consult people to see what he should do, you're there at that table like giving advice. This can also be taken as a flaw, either at 2 points, which is shunned, where whatever sect you pick for that, completely hates your guts. You've maybe crossed the leader, you've betrayed them, or you've fought them in the past. Members of that group will actually work against you. Or there's one point which is notorious. You're not really good with them. You sort of weaseled out on a few deals, or you've done some sort of minor wrong to them in the past. You can try and stay out of their way, and they won't actively hunt you. But if you do have to deal with them, you'll take like 2 dice penalty to social rolls, because they sort of know of you. They don't actively hunt you, but they're not keen on dealing with you either. And I think that's pretty much it. Unless anyone wants to go into lore sheets.
So as far as lore sheets go, I've got the, as I mentioned before, I'm probably going for the Cappadocian one. So.
Yeah.
But I've got it here, so.
I was going to say, well, would you mind giving people a bit of a lowdown on what that means for the game in terms of you taking that lore sheet?
So for this purpose, you need to be Hecata to take this. It's called the Harbingers of Asher. And there's a whole lot of history behind all that we're not going to delve into. But this is the sort of extra lore sheet if you want to flavor your Hecata character as one of the, more than likely, one of the sort of modern progeny of the OGs.
To interrupt, sorry, we lost Rob, and it's going to be missed if you go through this. Rob's not here.
I wonder what
So
that
you
boom
just-
is.
Rebooted
Yeah,
apparently.
he just sent a message, so I didn't want you to go through it all and then.
I think I've done mine.
It's probably me and Rob that probably need that information the most.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Good catch.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did hear the noise, but to be honest, like my phone's been going off. I don't know what it is. My phone's been going off almost constantly during this. So like every 5 minutes, my phone. I mean, you guys probably can't hear it, but every 5 minutes, my phone's like.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what floors rather than the.
I've taken Haunted Haven.
That is a spectacular one. We had a good time with that.
Yeah, I have used that floor and very much enjoyed it.
That was a good time.
What I know this is going to be a Hecata one. What page is it on?
It's not. It's in the main floor. So
Is it?
yeah, 188 on the core rules.
I felt certain that'd be a Hecata one. 188.
Yeah, they're just handing out the ghosts these days. Like
That's it,
candy.
like, bring out that bumping
Yeah,
into ghosts.
Bottom right of the page.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. A haunted haven could hold a dimensional portal. Or a cursed meteorite. The storyteller defines any other effect of the haunting, imposing a 1 die penalty to affected pools used in the haven per dot of haunted, taken as a flaw. Right, so I'm going to... Obviously, I get to have final refusal on this, but I'm going to throw it open to you, Dave, because you've taken the floor. Would you like a ghost, or would you like something weird?
Let's have something weird, John.
That's
Because
fine.
it's the ghost. Consider it in the family, you know.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I was mainly asking because obviously if it's a ghost, I'd say like bang it down on the relationship diagram, but I'll just make a little note here. That
Yeah, no. If it's a ghost, it's not really much of an issue for the family. So,
that's it. That's true. So,
I've got a Haunted Haven. I'll just send Bob around to
you
evict
say
it or
you took
take
one
it
dot
over.
in it, yeah?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
I remember what page was that again? Sorry.
188.
I'm just putting it in my notes so I can come up with something appropriately weird.
I when we last played with John, I had a Lasombra character with that thing, and of course, no easy recourse to that. It was Lasombra in London. What am I going to do about a ghost? And I also had I forget what it's called, but I think there's one Haven floor which is basically like, yeah, this is a murder basement. Like this place is a murder
creepy.
basement. Yeah.
I'm reading
So
it right now. Yeah, your
Yeah.
Hayden
Yeah,
looks like a den of a serial killer.
Yeah, that's the one.
So I picked the haunted and that one, and it was a literal cellar with like some cans of bleach and zip ties on the floor. Yeah, good times. I had to have a conversation with a cop, I think, in
Oh, yeah.
daytime.
Yeah.
That was rough. I almost didn't make it.
Yeah. You had the cop turn up and it was daytime, so you were like, oh, I'm having to make rolls to like stay awake, whilst also trying to like stop the cop from coming into this blatant murder basement that I live in.
Okay, so Rob is here. Rob, do you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can hear you, mate.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, so we were just about to. Johannes was just about to give us a bit of a lowdown on the lore sheet that he's taken for his character, to give you sort of some idea about how lore sheets work in the game. So if you want to go ahead with that, Johannes.
Yeah. So again, called Harbingers of Asher. A lot of lore implications to that, but what we need to know is this probably is for depicting like the modern descendants of the OGs who popped up and are now about. So there's 5 different things you can buy on every sheet, and they cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need to take them in sequence. You can, and you have to buy them piecemeal as well. So if you wanted to buy everything, you would need to buy everything separately. You don't get like additive benefit from stuff. So first one costs a single point, is called the Ashen Mask. These are masks because Harbingers used to wear masks. So what that means is, and this is worded very esoterically because of that's what the Harbingers are about. That they're kind of weird. You don a mask, plain mask of ash wood, for while you respect the traditions of the Harbingers, you care more about studying death than status, glory, or revenge. If a touchstone, so a mortal that my character is attached to somehow, dies after you purchase this thing, the study of their corpse allows you to transfer the conviction that this goes very, very deep. So it allows me to transfer my sort of mortal attachments, the things that bind me to what humanity is, to this character anyway. It allows me to transfer those away, sort of quote unquote safely. What that amounts to is it's less traumatic for the character if the people dear to the character die, because if they go in and they study the corpse, like if someone that my character loves as a touchstone dies, it's less traumatic if they get inspect the corpse.
Yeah, because the way it works with normal vampires is for each level dot of humanity you have what's called a touchstone, which is a person who represents something about the person you were before, and it helps like tether you to your humanity and helps you preserve it. Now, if one of those people dies or like changes or like something horrible happens to them, it can be very traumatic for the vampire, and it can essentially cause you to like lose your humanity and start sliding more towards being a monster. Whereas if Johannes bought this particular ability, because he's so used to like death being part of like the natural cycle, he can sort of take comfort from that and go like, yeah, this person's died, but that's how it's supposed to be, and he can sort of slide that onto another person and take them as his touchstone. So it's like he says, it's less traumatic for his character.
Yep. So that went very deep for a 1 dot thing. The second one, costing 2 dots, is much more simple when it comes to the mechanics. You don the rose gold mask because you strive to balance your existence with the living and the dead. Gold has connections to both wealth and alchemy, with golden grave goods sitting in the perfect intersection between the two. As such, you have the capacity to hide your actions and the actions of your coterie as you explore death. Are you picking up a theme yet? The death? You have the equivalent of, and this is where it gets good, 4 dots of influence when attempting to cover up a death. So if someone flipped out, accidentally murdered someone, if you had the gold mask, you would be quite good at sweeping that under the rug.
Yeah, so let's say you guys all had like a communal haven, a building you all lived in, and Johannes, like Darren's character turned up and he was like, "Oh my god, I flipped out and I've killed this person. Like, what am I gonna do?" Johannes's character, if he had this ability, could effectively be like, "Don't worry about that. I'll take care of that, buddy." Yeah. And it would just be dealt with.
Yeah, with 4 dots. Yeah,
yeah.
that's sorted. Very quickly, to give a little bit more meat to this, the next one costing 3 is the white mask. You done a bone white mask with not a speck of dirt on it because it is the mask of a respected harbinger who was lost in one of the historic purges. You speak for the elders of your bloodline, and most harbingers and even other Hecata listen to you. You get 3 dice to any social roll against another harbinger, and 2 dice to any social roll against another Hecata. So, you have this thing that marks you out as, oh yeah, that guy is connected to, important people. We need to listen to him. Next one. This is kind of like, this is one of my favorite things about the Death Clan stuff historically as well. And I'm really glad that they brought this in. The Obsidian Mask. It was called, and worked differently, but it's the same thing. You don a polished black mask because you are more than just a vampire. You are truly half dead. You are a wraith that has inhabited a vampire body. You may learn Oblivion ceremonies without a teacher and with half the training time, if you have any, due to your experience with the underworld, but are vulnerable to effects which target ghosts, such as some Oblivion ceremonies. You suffer a 2-die penalty to resist these effects, but gain 2-die bonus when resisting effects that control your physical shell, such as Dominate. So you are a vampire, but the spirit inside, it already died once. Someone put you back into a body. You've kind of died twice now, and you are sort of half gone, but still around. You're tethered to a vampire corpse. And that makes you really weird. Historically, these guys in vampire lore, they were kind of like, oh no. Oh, really? Like, should we kill him on the spot? Because we don't understand this stuff. That's strange. Last one cost 5 dots. You done the mask engraved in the image of one of the clan founders. For the true secret of harbingers. I was kind of thinking about picking up this. Their crusade, these guys were homicidal. They were murdering basically the rest of the clan of the dead. Their crusade was never solely about destroying the Giovanni, but annihilating all those who served the clan of death. For the final stage of necromancy is for all who practice it to die and become the masters of death. You incur no stains, no psychological damage or strain, for any action taken in the pursuit of killing another Hecata kindred or any other character who serves the Hecata. So you can murder your own people with impunity, just because that's what these guys wanted to do all along. So that's the thing that I was looking at. So they kind of go all over the place, these things.
Right. Do you guys want me to go through some, right, in the same way as we sort of did with the merits, go through some of the lore sheets that are in the main book, or are you happy just to stick to the main merits? Either way is fine. You don't need lore sheets to make your character work.
I've just gone for main merits and flaws, to be fair.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so
I've taken Underworld influence, so I'm happy.
Yeah, no problems. Okay, so
I'm happy too. I've picked up my own, yeah.
Yeah, so as I said, you've got 7 points of advantages and 2 points of flaws. Now, I'm just going to ask, obviously, I don't know precisely what you guys have taken. Have any of your merits or flaws, do they suggest NPCs that we should add on to the relationship diagram?
I have a retainer, so that's definitely one.
Okay, so add your retainer on there and stick an arrow in for them, and then we basically need to get you, for your retainer and your criminal, to sort of write the relationship next to the arrow again.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any NPCs suggested by their backgrounds or anything like that?
I'm just adding into the sheet now, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, my guy's pretty boring when it comes to this stuff. I've gone for sort of resources and contacts and eating food and blending in, and just seemed to fit with. It just seemed to fit with his sort of backstory and stuff. And then I thought he's probably more likely, because of all the research he's done over the years and that, to be quite strong believer of all the folkloric stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So he's actually going to have those as flaws, you know, because he believes them. It's almost sort of coming true.
Yeah.
You know, he's affected more by the ultraviolet and the holy symbols and stuff.
Yeah. So if you take like your folkloric banes and whatever, just like put in brackets next to it like what the bane is, because obviously if you're taking like a folkloric ban, it's not everything for that. It's just like one thing.
Oh, you pick which one. Okay.
Yeah. So you could take them multiple times. Like you could take 2 bans or whatever.
Yeah, I'll take 2. Yeah. I'll take one of each. One bane.
And obviously folkloric bans are like stuff that stops you like entering a place or whatever, and the other ones sort of repulse you.
Sorry, John. 7 and 2, you said, yeah?
That's correct, yeah. So did you go for the obsidian mask of the end, Johannes, or?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn between, because I'm probably going to pick something off of there anyway, because that's kind of the thematic thing. I just went back to look at like what else could I possibly want to invest in, because that is like getting into the lore sheets is pretty expensive.
Yeah.
But so I'm looking for a place where I could spend sort of the rest of my allowance, and trying to gauge like how deep I want to go into the mask business.
Well, so you know in your game where when I played a Setite, I was all about them lore sheets.
Yeah, you had this is probably only meaningful to Dave, but we had a sacred Setite relic, a serpent skin thing.
I bought it at level 5, so it's like literally you have a relic that comes from like the ancient vampire set.
Yeah, and that was like a sacred snake skin, which, given that our character here was somewhat of a new wave sort of heretic in the Setite faith, he turned the sacred, thousands of years old snakeskin relic into a pair of snakeskin boots. And that didn't go over well with the orthodoxy.
Yeah, the fucking traditional Setites fucking hated me. Because I was like, well, you're always saying we're like supposed to be like walking in like Set's shoes and like following his example. I'm literally walking in his shoes. Blasphemy.
What happened to the Setites in the Inquisition? Are they been wiped out now?
They've basically rebranded themselves.
Yeah, there's been a lot of interesting stuff. They were making long story short, they were making a bid, like, hey, Camarilla, how about we could join up, you know. Didn't go well, and Camaria ended up rebuffing them. They were like, well, shit. They had there's a couple of interpretations of how to look at it, but basically there's two sort of main branches of what the Sethites are now, and one of them is the sort of public facing, like more acknowledged right now branch of the ministry, which is they sort of went like, well, we're the clan of faith, so let's go with that. Like let's be like spiritual advisors. Like we can do the drug thing on the side, but we can do the religion a little bit more, because like that's people like that sort of thing. And they sort of rebranded, as John was saying, away from like, have you heard of the dark god Set? Just move away from that a little bit and sort of take a more broad, like take a lot more religious stuff on board and work that on people. And then at the same time, you still have the like super orthodoxy, awful blood temples in in the old country.
Yes, in Johannes's game, my character was like this was like American revival style preacher, like hence like the snakeskin like cowboy boots. Because I was like, you know, I'm basically setting up a big cult and like in a sort of what's it called? The one that lots of celebrities belong to in modern day. I can't remember what it is.
Why am I drawing a blank now?
Yeah, but where it's like a religion that load of like film stars follow, and they
Scientology.
Scientology. Yeah, I was basically setting up something like that with like my fame and my influence to get loads of like famous people into it. So we could then like publicize it and draw more people into it and start this whole like big cult thing going.
But yeah, the ministry are with the Anarchs at this point in the timeline. So they were like, "Can we join the Camarilla?" That didn't work out, so they picked the other one because no, they're not going to join the as a clan fully devoted to their dark ancient vampire god. They're not going to join the Sapa.
Right, okay, so how we're looking, people?
Yes, mate, I've done merits floors.
Okay. How's everyone else coming on with them? I can't hear you, Rob, if you're talking to me.
Sorry, I'm finished as well.
Okay, how you get on, Darren?
I've got one more positive point to spend.
Yeah, no rush, mate.
But I can do it while you carry on.
Okay, no problems. So, the next thing to do is you get to select 1 to 3 convictions. I can't remember exactly where they are on the character sheet, so I'm just going to have a quick look. So, let's see, expect it's probably in...
Like it's in descriptions.
Descriptions.
Touchdowns and convictions, yeah.
That's the one. Okay, so convictions. You begin with 1 to 3 of them. So it's up to you whether you want to take 1, 2, or 3 of them. And these are human values that you attempt to uphold even after you've become a vampire. And basically what these mean are, if you take an action that would normally cause you to like lose humanity or have like a bit of a sort of crisis of conscience, if you're doing it in support of one of your convictions. So let's say, for instance, you would lose humanity for like violently beating someone up. However, you've got a conviction to like protect the innocent, and that person was like attempting to mug someone, you would get bonuses to like avoid losing humanity. Because you'd be like, yeah, okay, I did beat someone up, which is a bad thing, but I said I was going to protect the innocent. They were trying to like violently mug someone. So the specifics of these convictions are up to the players. They might reflect a religious code, a personal ethical core, or just things you do or don't do. And some examples are: don't kill people, kill only the unworthy, or kill people only in fair combat or in defense, never expose the innocent to violence, love thy neighbor, disobedience is dishonor, protect the innocent. Courage is the highest virtue. Always keep your sworn word. The truth is sacred. Don't tell a lie. You will fight for your country. None may control me. The guilty must be punished. Reject wealth, for it corrupts. Stand up for the disenfranchised. So like I say, it's down to you guys to determine precisely what you want as your convictions. You have to pick at least one, but you can take up to 3, and it's up to you how many you take. And I will point out that, we talked about touchstones earlier, these people that help anchor you to your humanity. You have to create an equal number of touchstones, equal to the number of convictions you have. So each conviction you have will come with an NPC that represents that conviction. So let's say you've taken, or protect the innocent. Maybe it's your daughter from when you were alive, or your son from when you were alive. And you're like, I want to protect them from the evils of the world. But also the fact that they're out there sort of living their life makes it easier for you to deal with emotionally and sort of psychologically with what you've now become. Because you're like, yeah, okay, I'm this horrible creature of the night, but I'm still trying to protect my family, and they're still living their lives, so it gives you some comfort.
So we need 3 of these, John.
You can take 1, 2, or 3 of them. It's up to you.
Oh, take 2.
And like I say, obviously, remember, for each of these, you will have an NPC touchstone associated with it. And as Rob rightly said, there is, on the description tab of the character sheet, there is a space for touchstones and convictions, because they're sort of related. You can put them both in there. And obviously we will also put them on the relationship diagram as well. And bear in mind, your touchstones don't have to be people you necessarily like. It's just someone who embodies that aspect of humanity. And as we said earlier, if like something horrible or lethal was to happen to one of those touchstones, it can potentially cause you some psychological and humanity level difficulties. Okay, so have a bit of a think about that, guys. Like I say, you can take either 1, 2, or 3 convictions. And I would suggest, when you're putting your touchstones on the relationship diagram, I would suggest just sort of like noting in brackets after their name that they're a touchstone, because that, or even just put like a capital T in brackets after their name, because the fact that they are a touchstone means they're very important to your character. So I'm definitely going to have to like write all of these names down on an index card. There's no way I'm remembering all of these.
Right, I've taken one.
Okay, so what did you take as your conviction?
Always keep your sworn word,
Okay.
and that's due to the family matriarch, Christina Della Penna, who's
Nice.
the touchstone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not envisioning some version of John Wick's like mobster.
Yeah. Surely if you were going for like the John Wick, you'd have taken like your dog as a touchstone.
You'd be fucked within 5 minutes, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a plot hook, an inciting incident that I can get behind. Like
I've shot my dog. I'm gonna go kill everybody. Okay.
yeah, literally everyone's gonna die now.
Some bloke trying to put mail through the letterbox.
I'm just imagining seeing like the male guy like lifting like the letter flap up and just seeing like a gun come out through the letterbox.
So John, what I ended up doing is I put in 5 points. I bought 2 things off the sheet, the 2-point and the 3.1. And if you pull up my sheet and I just combined it to one thing in the background of the sheet. So all the deets are on there.
Oh yeah. What have you? That's the white gold mask, isn't it?
Yeah, white gold mask. Yeah.
Yeah, the gold mask. Yeah, I mean the ability to the gold mask, the ability to just make like death related stuff go away, is amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep.
The white mask. Yeah, so respected by the members of their Carter and the whole.
Yeah. And my idea there was, because that is about like, it's not the founders, but it was someone important who got murdered somewhere along the way. I was thinking that the character Aurelio, when he has the mask stuff going, because that's not going to be like, oh, I'm going to pop to the store for some cigarettes, better put on my death vampire mask. I was thinking his mask is a mask of his sire, who is thought to have died in one of the purges and is regarded as like, oh yeah, you like that person was like, oh, very important. We all liked that person, but that person died. And she didn't die and is instead living with a false identity here.
Hence the multiple names on the relationship diagram. Yeah, that's great. I'd suggest maybe make a note of that on your background on your character sheet somewhere.
Yep, will do.
There's a generic notes section in the other tab.
Oh, literally the other tab. Yeah.
Okay, so how's everyone coming along with that bit?
I'm done anyway.
Okay. How's everyone else getting them?
Yes, right, I'm getting there. Just
Well,
reading through the clan babe, to be honest.
I'm sure you'll be pleased to know there's only a couple more steps. Okay, so the next thing is your starting humanity, which, unless you've got any modifiers from earlier stuff, is 7. So the way we do that is you click on each box twice until it goes red under humanity, and you basically fill up the number of levels of humanity you have, which is, I believe, 7 for everyone apart from Rob, who has 6, I believe.
Yeah, and to give context to this, because it's kind of important, you can go look at the thing in the book, 236 at your own pace, but quick reference, humanity 7, and most human beings have humanity scores of 7 or so. Vampires at this level of humanity can usually manage to pass for mortals, typically subscribe to normal social mores. Sure, sin is wrong, but dodging taxes and speed limits are not sins. You feel connected to other things, even human beings, but selfishness is just par for the course, really, as people accept that sort of thing. Humanity 6 for Rob's edification. Hey, people die, stuff breaks. You have little difficulty with the fact that you need blood to survive, and that what you do, and that you do what needs to be done to get it. You might not go out of your way to wreck things or kill people, but you don't cry bloody tears over it either. Not automatically horrid. Kindred at this stage of humanity don't win any prizes for congeniality either. So you're just sort of a little bit further gone towards the, I don't know, like people get hurt sometimes.
And just to give a bit of context, would you mind reading us out the description for the Humanity 1? Which obviously
Humanity
the
1.
lowest you can go and technically still be functionable.
Yeah. There is 0, but then we're talking in barks. But Humanity 1, only nominally sentient. You teeter on the edge of oblivion. Little matters at all to you, even your own desires outside sustenance and rest. You might do anything at all, or nothing. Only a few tattered shreds of ego stand between you and complete devolution. You need no speech, no art, nothing but gibbers and splatters of dried gore. So it's a bad time.
Yeah, and a kindred who, obviously, if you fall to Humanity 0, that's like NPC territory. Technically, kindred on Humanity 0 are known as whites, and they're literally just beasts who they rise instinctively in the evening. They instinctively try and hide from daylight and sleep during the day, and they feed. That is all. They have no humanity left to them, and it's regarded by vampires as like literally the most horrendous fate that can befall a person, because it's like everything that you were is not there anymore. The lights are on, but no one is home, but you're still around. Okay, so we've all got our humanity set. Okay, you guys are all playing neonates. So if you go to the tab called Blood, you all have a blood potency of 1. And you will be of the 12th or 13th generation, which, as I say, means basically you're either 12 or 13 generations removed from the mythical founder of vampires, Cain. You can jot that down in your notes if you wish. Whether you're of 12th or 13th generation doesn't have that much effect, because you have the same blood potency. If you don't want to write it down, again, it's not vitally important.
Yeah, there's a spot for that in the description tab, by the way. I just discovered.
Okay, so the only thing that's really left is the extra XP that you guys get to spend on top of what you've already got. So you get 15 experience points to spend, and the costs of things in experience points are listed on page 137. I'll very quickly go through them. If you want to increase an attribute, it's whatever the new level you're buying it to is times 5. If you want to increase a skill, it's the level you're buying to times 3. If you want a new speciality, it's a flat 3 experience points. A clan discipline, so one of the 3 disciplines that your clan is linked with, costs the level you're buying to times 5. Any other discipline that's outside that is the level you're buying to times 7. If you're buying some sort of weird like blood sorcery ritual, which is probably only like Johannes, that's the ritual level times 3. If you want to buy an advantage, it's 3 XP per dot. If you want to buy your blood potency up, that is the new level you're buying to times 10. So that's not going to be happening, because buying level 2 would take 20.
What skills? Level times 3?
Yeah, new level times 3. So obviously if you want to buy a skill up to level 2, it costs you 6.
Mm.
John, there was talk about powers. Are they a thing that we buy with XP, or are they
no, you will get some of those just because you've got dots in the disciplines, which we will go through in a minute, and we'll pick out your specific powers. But I just want to get all the basics.
So I don't need to worry about that.
First.
Okay.
No, I mean if you want to get more powers, you would buy more dots in whatever discipline you wanted it. So the way it basically works is when you, let's say you go, you've got protein, so you go, oh, I've got level 1 protein, so when I get that level 1 dot in protein, I can pick a level 1 power. When you get that second dot in protein, you can then pick either a level 2 or another level 1 power. If you bought a third dot, you could pick a level 3 power, a level 2 power, or a level 1 power for that specific purchase.
Okay, makes sense.
What's a discipline again, John?
An in-clan one.
Yeah.
It's the new level times 5.
Sorry, John.
Yep.
If I'm taking a new discipline,
Yep.
so I have no points in it at the moment. Can I spend my 15 to go straight to level 3, or is there an expectation that I would have to spend 5 to get to level 1 and then 10 to get to level 2?
Yeah, you have to spend 5, then 10, then
Okay.
15.
Awesome. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, how's everyone getting on?
It's got 4 points left.
15 was it?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Wonderful.
John,
Yep.
if I was looking at extra languages,
Yep.
what would be appropriate in this? I mean, are we sort of speaking Italian in this? I know we're not going to, but I mean, in theory.
You're right, you are correct, we are not going to.
Yeah.
But no, you Italian would be the sort of standard language. If you're looking at taking additional ones, there is a merit on page 179 called linguistics.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. But I was just wondering, what is the common languages of the sea?
It's Italian.
Yeah,
So
I have taken English as a language.
So we're not deemed to have English. So I'd have to take English as a secondary or a linguistics sort of .1.
Yeah.
And then there's
obviously
there a lot of
each dot you have in linguistics allows you to like fluently speak, write, and read one additional language.
And is there like
Well, hold on a second.
ancient languages and shit like that, or is that not a thing for vampires? And
Yeah, I'd say that's fine. If you want to take, I mean, it does give an example here of an older vampire having Aramaic as a linguistics language. So, yeah,
I'm just saying, did they write in text back at the original text and stuff like that? Is there a sort of language related to the lore and for research purposes?
I would say given how sort of religious Venice is, you're probably looking at Latin, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go for English and Latin. Then there's 2 options. Okay, cool.
I've done that, John. I've got 1 point left.
Okay. Right. So the only thing really to do now, once you've spent your XP, is if you look on the description tab, there is a space for ambition and a space for desire. Now your ambition is basically like a long-term goal for your character. So someone might be like, oh, my ambition's to get to humanity 10. Or it might be, my ambition is to liberate Chicago from the Camarilla. It's something you can feasibly do in the game, but it's more of a long-term goal, something you strive towards. And the way this interacts in terms of the game is at the end of any session where you've actively worked towards your ambition, so you don't necessarily have to have achieved it, but you have to have worked towards achieving it, you can recover 1 point of aggravated willpower damage. So you can basically get a point of willpower back. Now the desire is a very similar thing, but this is a more sort of short-term goal. So each session you might change your desire, whereas your ambition will tend to remain constant. So it could be like, oh, desire, I want to deal with that punk ass anarch bourgeois who's been causing us trouble.
Sorry, Rob. Ugo
Yeah.
was yours, right?
Ugo, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have thoughts as far as your priest touchstone? Like what that is all about? Because I was looking at a priest as well. I wonder if we might cause a lot of trouble and have the same touchstone.
Cross the stream, cross the streams.
I guess beyond the so the thing I have is the guilty must be punished, but I kind of felt like priests kind of fed into that kind of concept of in some ways I was thinking about the knight in the Dresden Files.
Oh yeah, yep.
Maybe not quite as knightly, but much more well versed in the reality of the world and what exists in it, and kind of like maybe not a vanquisher of evil, because obviously he wouldn't be a touchstone if he was, but someone who was aware of that and who kind of, I guess, looked out for the unfortunates who kind of got caught up in that world, kind of something like that. That was as much thought as I'd given it now.
Yeah.
I don't know if this has any effect on what you're thinking, but and you may already be aware of this. The main religion in Venice is Roman Catholicism. And it's quite a religious city. There's like churches pretty much everywhere. So I think that sounds like quite appropriate. What you were just saying, Rob.
It probably does make sense to only have one priest NPC though, rather than
rather than the God Squad.
And so, because what I'm picking up as far as like my thoughts was, what I'm picking up from what you were saying there is that he's sort of like, he has some idea about like the bad stuff in life, and by extension, well, especially because you and maybe also my character as well are hovering over this person. Maybe he has some, idea about the things that he absolutely should not have any ideas about. And I think that might be cool, because the conviction that I'm tying him to is never act against Catholics.
Okay.
Which is to say, like, if he spots you or me and goes apeshit, my conviction would be like, yeah, shit needs to play out.
Okay. Yeah.
Which might be interesting. So, yeah. Unless, because it's your first, so...
No, sorry, no, I'm not precious about it at all.
Right.
Like I say, I just felt that religious one tied into my conviction, but yeah.
Yep. Well, because I've realized as I'm making the character that my character is also like the sort of persona that is presented to mortal society is basically a priest slash sort of mortician doctor type figure, basically like a funeral home priest type individual. So I guess the good priest Mr. Carter is going to have another priest friend now.
Yep, so if you just want to add an arrow pointing from yourself to Guido Carter.
What are we meant to be doing at this stage? Because I completely lost track of where we are.
Okay, at this stage,
all my advancements. It was the last bit I missed out on.
So, if you've done your advancements, the last stage was spending the additional XP.
Yeah, I've done that.
All right, you've done that.
But when one bit after that, sorry.
The next thing was setting your ambition and your desire.
Oh, that's
so. The ambition is like your long-term goal. It allows you to recover like willpower when you work towards it. Whereas your desire is like a short-term goal, and it might change every session.
Right. And this is just, there's no examples or anything, it's just whatever.
Yeah, there are some examples in here. So it says an ambition should not be something vague like achieve world peace, but it should focus on something specific like I want to bring true death to insert name of elder vampire, or I want to end the conflict in this area, or even something like I want to reach the pinnacle of humanity, so get to humanity 10. They're sort of long-term desires, whereas the long-term ambitions, whereas the short-term desires, the examples it gives, so these are very short-term. So by the metrics they're listed here, I want to drive a cherry Maserati. I want to eat a brunette. They are failures as far as desire goes. However, if you say I want to drive a specific person's cherry Maserati, or I want to eat a brunette that's the ghoul of a particular, or the sort of favoured mortal of a particular vampire, that's a good desire because it links into sort of stuff in the campaign. It's not generic. And basically any session where you achieve your desire, again, you gain willpower back sort of instantly. But then obviously once you've achieved that, next session you can put a new desire in. So they're your sort of short-term goals. And obviously if you did put a desire or an ambition in related to a specific NPC, so let's say you were like, oh, I want to, my long-term ambition is I want to knock off the head of the Hecata clan in this city, we would then add the head of the Hecata clan and we'd come up with a name for them onto the relationship chart. Now obviously, regardless of whether they're on the relationship chart now, there is going to be like a head of that clan because it's like their sort of clan stronghold, and there will be other vampires. But if you were particularly sort of like involved in them, basically with the ambitions and desires, you're sort of telling me this is the sort of stuff I want to see in the game. So if Dave's desire was like, oh, I want to put Alberto Scarpace out of business, the local fixer, he's telling me he wants to get involved in that sort of aspect of the game. So as I say, it's basically ambitions are a way for you guys to say to me like, oh, this is something I'd like to work towards in the game, and desire is sort of like, this is something I'd like to see sort of fairly soonish in the game.
John, I went for protect Venice from war between ancient vampires. Is that specific enough?
That's fine as an ambition. Yep.
Okay.
See,
ambition.
What that tells me as an ambition is, because Rob's interested in that, I will make sure there are some ancient vampires who are conflicting over control of Venice. So you say you got one, Dave?
Yes, mate. I've got protect the family.
Okay. I would say possibly make it a bit more specific. What are you protecting them from?
At the moment, some ancient vampire rising up.
Okay, yeah, so but protect the family against an ancient vampire. Absolutely grand.
It appears I am extremely successful at summoning a spirit now, John.
All right,
So
okay.
that's very good. I've successfully set up a ritual so that I can both roll the route check for it and roll the actual thing for it as well by just clicking, nice. Icons. It's a fairly good sheet.
Okay, so when you guys have got your ambitions and your desires written down, that's pretty much it, to be honest, in terms of the character gen. I would say the only thing got left for us to do, really, is I would suggest on the relation. We have a bit of a chat about this, and on the relationship chart, you put in an arrow going to like other from PC to PC, effectively, and we sort of generally have a bit of a chat about, so I'm assuming that you guys want to act as a coterie. A coterie is like a group of vampires who come together for that mutual protection and furtherance of their goals. It's basically the standard player party of the vampire game. So obviously we know that sort of you guys are going to be investigating stuff. That's the sort of theme of game we've chosen. But I'd say it's probably worth talking a little bit about how you guys envision you came together as a coterie, sort of like what your relationships are, how you work together, that sort of thing. Just so like from the get-go, from the first session, we sort of know where we're going. We've not got to mess around with the whole like, how did you all meet, and like, oh, you're in a insert appropriate euphemism for tavern, and you all met up and whatever.
Have we a sense of what the first investigation might be?
Okay, my idea for the first investigation, and I swear this was before you guys like put your relationship down. My first idea was that you were going to come across the dead body of a priest. It's not.
Let's go, Rob.
It's not going to be that priest, because that'd be well unfair if I just went, oh, thanks for choosing those touchstones, by the way. Dead. The priest dead.
I will bring him back. We have the technology. This is the 6 billion bone man.
But since you guys have got a priest NPC, I might say that this priest who's died is maybe affiliated or known to your sort of touchstone. That's a way of sort of bringing you guys in. But my first thought is this priest's body is found. He's been murdered or killed in some way. There may be some sort of like cryptic last words from the priest as he like breathes his last, or perhaps Johannes's character can summon his spirit and get some additional information, and that will lead you to like, investigate his death and sort of come across the first sort of clues and sort of things leading you into like the main sort of plot we're going for.
There is one thing everyone needs to do, John, and that's choose their actual discipline level.
Yeah, we're going to go into the discipline powers in a bit. Or if you guys would rather do that now, and it'll give you a bit of time to think about the sort of coterie thing, we can do that now if you would prefer. Since that's a fairly sort of easy thing to do.
Yeah, probably makes sense. Give
you a bit of time to think. Okay, let me just find the order. Powers. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the disciplines and say, anyone got this discipline? Then we'll work out what powers you've got. Anyone got animalism?
Yes.
What level have you got?
1.
Just one, yep.
Okay, so there are 2 level 1 powers. You can each pick one of these. So the first one is called Bond Famulus. It's on page 245. And this is basically, instead of just feeding your blood to an animal and going like, oh, I've got an animal who's a bit loyal to me, great. You literally like make it into your stereotypical sort of familiar. You form a mental link with it. So you have to feed the animal. The animal has to drink your blood on 3 separate nights, each of which require you to make a rouse check. The amount of blood needed to sustain the ghoul state of the animal after that is negligible, so you don't have to worry about constantly not making checks after that. System without use of feral whispers, which is a level 2 power that lets you understand animals. You can give commands to the animal just by making a charisma plus animal ken roll. So you don't need a special power to like tell them what to do and make yourself understood, because you've got that mental bond with them. You can only have 1 familiar, but you can get a new one if your current one dies. If you do get feral whispers, which is animalism level 2, or subsume the spirit, which is animalism level 4, later on, which allows you to like slide your consciousness into an animal and possess it, you can use them for free. without having to make any checks or anything, because you're already bonded to the animal. Once you've created a familiar, it's bound to you until it dies. The second power is Sense the Beast. You can sense the beast present in mortals, vampires and other supernaturals, gaining a sense of their nature, hunger and hostility. Doesn't cost anything. You make a resolve plus animalism roll versus the composure and subterfuge of the person you're using it on. If you win, you can sense the level of hostility in a target, whether they're prepared to do harm or not, just the general level of hostility. You can determine whether they harbour a supernatural beast. So if they're like a vampire or a werewolf or anything like that, you'll be like, yeah, they're supernatural. On a win, a critical success gives you information on the exact type of creature they are. So you could be like, that's a vampire rather than that's someone supernatural, as well as their sort of level of hunger, how close their beast is to the surface. You can use this both actively and passively, warning the users of aggressive intent in their immediate vicinity. So literally having this power, if someone was like coming up behind you and they were like pulling out a knife ready to shank you, you could instinctively, without activating the power yourself, you would get a roll to see whether you sensed their aggression and you could react.
And we can take one of them, can we, John?
You can take one of those powers, yeah, if you've got level 1.
Okay.
Gives you that level 1 version of whichever one you choose, yeah?
Yep.
Or is it just a...
Well, those two powers are level 1 powers. So
Yeah.
Let's say you take Sense the Beast for yours, Darren.
Yeah.
If you later bought an extra dot of animalism, with that second dot, you could go, oh, I'm going to take a level 2 power, or you could go, I'm going to take another level 1 power. It's up to you.
Okay. So where do you put these under?
Okay, so these, you would note them down on, there's a disciplines tab, and you see where you've put down animalism. If you click on it, there's like a box will appear underneath it.
Oh, add power.
Yep.
See it. Yeah. Got it. Go Sense the Beast.
Okay.
Sounds more appropriate.
Okay. Does anyone have Auspex?
I do.
What level do you have?
1.
Okay, so you can take either heightened senses, sharpening your senses to a preternatural degree, or sense the unseen.
Yep,
So-
it'll be the latter one.
Yeah, I thought it might be. So this allows you to set you're attuned to dimensions beyond the mundane. This you can detect anything from a vampire using obfuscate to someone spying on you with Auspex to a ghost lurking invisibly in the middle of the room. Also, potentially with storyteller's discretion, like dormant blood rituals and stuff like that. Okay, so I can see Dave's gone for heightened senses. Okay, so on we go. Anyone got celerity?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
bugger.
It's better,
not,
Dave.
not
I
as
swear.
bad as mine's, I think, mate. It's not as bad.
I swear it's better this
Okay.
time.
Okay, so I'm assuming you've got it at level 1, Rob.
Yes.
Okay, so you can take either the power Cat's Grace. You gain balance and grace equal to and surpassing world-class trapeze artists. You can run, walk along ledges and wires effortlessly. This costs you nothing. You automatically pass any dex or athletics roll necessary to keep your balance. It doesn't allow you to balance on stuff that won't support your weight, but like if you were like, I'm going to walk across that tightrope there in a heavy wind, you wouldn't even need to make a roll. You could just, I've done it.
Sure.
Or you can take rapid reflexes. While your body can't defy the laws of nature, you can perceive events instantly and react to them with superhuman speed. You can observe incoming projectiles to the extent you can attempt to dodge arrows and even bullets without cover. It doesn't cost you anything. With this power, you suffer no penalty to your defense pool for lack of cover against firearms. You can also take a minor action worth up to 2 dice per turn, such as readying or reloading a weapon for free. So instead of going like, I fired my gun, I've got to reload it, you can just be like, it's done, and I'm good, I'm ready to go.
Okay. That sounds like a good one for a firearm expert.
So that's on page 252, rapid reflexes. Does anyone have dominate? Okay.
Oh shit, guys! Our dominate is very nice in this one,
Dominate is
and
the tits in Vampire the Division.
yeah, and I'm delighted by the fact that we don't have it because we're gonna have some different tools.
Okay. Anyone with fortitude?
Yeah, I have 2 dots.
Okay. So for your first dot, you can take either of the following level 1 powers. There is resilience. So the user adds their fortitude rating to their health track. Doesn't cost you anything, that's all it does. You have mo health levels. You have, or you can take unswayable mind. You gain the mystical ability to resist any attempts to sway your mind through mundane charms, coercion, stuff like that. Again, it's free. Most level 1 powers don't actually cost anything. You get to, with this power, you get to add your dots in fortitude as extra dice in any rolls made to resist attempts at coercion, intimidation, seduction, or any attempt to sway the user's mind against their will. It also works against supernatural abilities like dominate and presence.
Okay. So I'll take resilience.
Okay. So now for your level 2 dot in fortitude, you could either take the other level 1 power, or you can take a level 2 power, which I'll tell you what they are. The 2 level 2 powers are toughness. Now, to use this, you have to make a rouse check because you're using your blood, and you subtract your fortitude from all superficial damage sustained. This occurs. So superficial damage is like things that don't really affect vampires that much. So I believe firearms are superficial for vampires, whereas they're very much not for mortals, because you don't suffer like massive trauma. Now, superficial damage for vampires is halved. Now, in addition to that, as well as halving the damage, if you have this power, you halve the damage, then you subtract your fortitude from the amount of damage.
Okay.
Or you could take enduring beasts. The user shares a small portion of their unnatural toughness with the animals they influence. So you can choose to extend some of your fortitude powers to animals affected by their animalism. So like if you've got a familiar or anything like that. The animal imbued gains additional health levels equal to the fortitude dots of the vampire.
Okay, I'll have that one.
Okay. So
that's right up my street.
So that's Enduring Beasts on page 258. Okay, now how much obfuscate have you got, Darren?
3.
3. Okay, right. He's going big with the obfuscate. I love it. Okay, so with your first dot, you can take either of the following level 1 powers. Cloak of Shadows costs nothing, and as long as you stand perfectly still, you blend into your surroundings. As long as you stay still, you've got some sort of cover and you don't make any sound, people won't detect you. That lasts for a scene, it doesn't cost anything. Or you can take Silence of Death. Again, it's free, and you silence your footsteps, clothing, minor collisions, and all of the sounds, like just incidental sounds you would make. It makes you undetectable if the observer would only notice you by sound. So if you were like creeping through a house doing a bit of burglary, you whap that on, and unless someone can actually see you, or you like knock something over or make yourself obvious, no one's going to know you're there. And that lasts for a scene as well. Okay. So for your second dot, I'll read you the level 2 powers out, but obviously if you preferred, you could take a level 1 power for this. So the level 2 powers are Unseen Passage. You can now move around while staying hidden. You are functionally invisible. As long as you emit no overpowering odours and no sounds louder than a whisper, this power automatically works. Only if the observer has their attention drawn to the user can they make a detection roll. Note the user cannot use this power to disappear while being observed, but you can basically become invisible and move around, and as long as you're careful and don't draw attention to yourself, you're grand. That does
You
seem
get
to
both
be
of those. You get like is that what you
unseen
get? A
power.
level
Unseen,
1 and level 2.
no, you can pick one of the two, so you can have either or. You can't have them both.
Right.
But there is only one level 2 power. That's the unseen passage.
Oh, that's what I mean. You get one level 1, one level 2.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Well,
Okay, yeah.
on this topic, because it gets a little bit more complex, but you have a little bit more freedom here. So you've got your dots, which is 3. So you get to pick 3 powers. So when you got your first dot, you would have picked the first level one because that's the only one you can get. When you get your second dot, you can pick a power from the first or the second level. Same goes for the third dot. So when you get the third dot, you can pick a third power, which can be from the third, second, or first level. So if the second level power, which is there is only one of those, if that's not interesting to you, you can default sort of that pick to level 1 if there's something there for you.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
I like the 2, but yeah, I just wondered how it worked. But yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So for level 3, and again, I'm just going to read you out the 2 level 3 powers, but obviously you could take the level 2 or a level 1 power if you preferred at this level.
Mm-hmm.
So level 3 is Ghost in the Machine. Basically, any invisibility powers you've got with earlier levels, they now also affect like machines. So with your previous obfuscate stuff, that's great if someone's looking for you and you're invisible, but if you're like caught on a CCTV camera, it doesn't help. With this level, however, you can be like, oh, I'm moving around using my earlier pass unseen powers, but now also the CCTV camera's not going to pick me up as well.
Right.
And it says here, if an observer views an image of you later on, as in a photograph or recording, the effect is slightly lessened, so they wouldn't know there was someone there, but like you would be blurred and sort of fogged out. They wouldn't be able to look at it and be like, oh yes, this is the man officer.
Make you out. Yeah.
The other alternative level 3 power you can take is an old favourite from the old game, Mask of 1,000 Faces. And with this power, instead of disappearing, you make yourself appear as a nondescript stranger. But people just sort of like, let's say you broke into like a hospital and you use Mask of 1,000 Faces, you'll be like, I look like generic nurse or doctor. So you appear as like just a generic person, attired as like someone you would expect to be there. So if you were like, oh, I'm in this quick fit or whatever, oh, I look like a generic mechanic in overalls. So people just tend to go, oh yeah, it's a mechanic or it's a nurse or whatever.
So is it your clothing as well as?
Yeah, it's a complete illusion.
Your appearance.
Yeah,
Okay.
It allows you to interact and communicate with people, and as long as you sort of don't do anything ridiculous to draw attention to yourself, people will just be like, yeah,
You keep it up. Cool.
You're a mechanic, of course you're here in the car repair shop.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I like that one.
And that's Mask of 1,000 Faces on page 262. Okay, does anyone have any potents?
I do.
Okay, have you already picked yours or?
I have, mate. Yeah, lethal body.
Oh yeah, they are level 1. So your unarmed attacks now do aggravated health damage to mortals if desired. Yeah, that's pretty naughty. That is. Aggravated damage is basically like the most horrendous damage in the game. It's like if you're a vampire and you take damage from sunlight or fire, it's aggravated damage because it takes a long time to heal. For mortals, aggravated damage is like, oh, half my rib cage has been blown out of my back, or like I'm missing a limb, I'm probably going to die. With this Potence 1 power, Dave's character can basically do that sort of damage with just like his hands, because he can just literally like, oh, I've just like pushed your heart out the back of your chest. Anyone else have any potents? Okay, I'll tell her there's a no. Anyone get any presents? No. Here we go, Protean. And you've got 3 levels in that, haven't you, Rob?
I actually only have 2, but I have a question.
Yes.
How many sessions do we think it would take to get 15 more experience?
Oh, I can't remember offhand. I'll have to look up.
You've stumbled on to the greatest weakness of vampire games throughout the ages, the experience gain system. I will pull up what the book says, and then John will have to probably either decide now or do some thinking on before
Probably
the
about 4 or 5 sessions.
because they don't spend a lot of words on this.
I seem to remember back in the day, the sort of, I mean, I don't know if that's for this edition, but the standard used to be about 3 or so, didn't it?
So
Used to be about maximum of 6 XP a session, I think.
yeah, and the triggers for those, in my humble opinion, were suboptimal. So what the book says here is the storyteller awards each player 1 experience point per session played plus 1 point at the end of each story. In shorter chronicles and others where more rapid improvement adds to the drama, the storyteller may choose to award 2 points per character at the end of each session. And that's
Okay.
all she wrote.
Okay. So what I might do, John, because I really want to shapeshift,
Yeah.
is I will change the decision I made when I got my XP,
Okay.
and I'll remove the fortitude and take the 3rd level in protein.
Okay. Lovely. Okay, so I'll go through the protein powers then.
I actually have them there, so you can kind of move on. I'll take Eye of
yeah.
the Beast, Weight of the Feather, and Shape Change.
Okay, lovely. That was nice and quick. Okay, we've not got any blood sorcery because we haven't got any Tremere. So, have you sort of set down to what you want for your Oblivion, Janos?
Yes.
I did take a dot in that.
Okay, do you want me to go through the powers?
No, I got Ashes to Ashes.
Okay, so that's the one where you can just be like, oh, Shazam, like their body's ash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also have an option here. If you wanted to not do the necromancy shit, you could instead do the Lasombra Oblivion, which I don't remember if there is a 2nd level 1 thing that they have, but theirs is basically +2 to being stealthy. Like you draw.
I'm fine with just removing bodies.
Yep.
Okay,
That's very good.
What did you go for, Janos?
Well, especially because now we have a leg breaker who sort of moonlights as a cleaner as well. I am no longer worried about removing the corpses, so I have the binding fetter, which means I can discern objects to which ghosts are tied, which I need then to use my 2nd thing.
Always handy.
Yeah, which is like I have 2 things going on here.
Where
I have
shroud thins.
Yeah, where the shroud thins, I can thin the proverbial shroud between the worlds of the living and the dead to make it easier for dead things to happen. And the 3rd power is the aura of decay, which makes living and living and organic things decay in my presence. The sort of use cases described there as sort of very peripheral, but somehow they ended up mentioning like, oh yeah, if you spoil food with this, it's gonna hurt people. So there's that. I can make danger milk happen with this power, and and also just activate this and stand relatively close to a person and just watch them die. It sort of grinds them to dust. So there's that. And then I have, these are the powers tied to the discipline, Oblivion. I also have magical ritual things, which I will have 3 of as well as I finish putting them on my sheet here. But my rituals are Summon Spirit. I make a ghost happen.
Yep.
My 2nd ritual is Compel Spirit. I tell ghost what to do.
Yep.
And then my 3rd one, actually, do we have strong opinions either way? I have 2 options for my my 3rd ritual here. One,
I know what you're going to ask.
Yeah, which one do you guys want as far as like flavor goes? Because very different outcomes here. I've got an option whereby I can summon a spirit and then I can invite the spirit to possess me, to my great advantage when it comes to being physical. So I can sort of enhance my own physical capabilities by having a ghost inhabit my body. Now the ghost might, want to ride my body around, so that might be a problem, but So that's one option. Second option is I make a horde of very aggressive murder zombies, and it's
Murder
specifically
zombies.
murder zombies because they will, unless I tell them to stop, they will keep killing people.
Always
Yeah.
murder zombies.
In the stats, they are described as aggressive corpses.
Yeah, and they are pretty spicy when it comes to that, and they will absolutely
brawl 6.
Yeah, and if it's people they're fighting, they're doing aggravated damage. So
Murder zombies.
Yeah, murder zombies, like that's like the nuclear option. I can make that happen, and it will mean dead people, a lot of them.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I'll turn them into ashes.
Yeah, that's kind of, I guess why they.
I hope your ambition, if you take that, is not to get to humanity 10, because
Just like become more human than human, because in order to do that ritual, I already need one person just to sacrifice, not to turn into a zombie, but to fuel the thing. Yeah. So it's going to mean bodies, but then some of the bodies get up. Okay, so I guess we're doing the unanimous vote was for murder zombies. So I guess we're going with that.
Okay. Did you pick a ritual for yourself, Dave, if you've got Oblivion?
I've not got that far yet.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You can pick either one of the level 1 ones because of your 1 dot. So you can get the summon spirit or like animate like weak non-murder zombie.
Yeah, make some single shambling zombie. Oh no, actually it's not a single one. Make your ceremony roll, and upon a win you raise a number of corpses equal to their Oblivion rating, or the number of bodies they have prepared, which is lower, whichever's lower. A critical win doubles their Oblivion rating for this purpose only. But
yeah,
these
same
are
rules.
the stats for these are nowhere near as spicy as the murder zombies. These are like your stereotypical like mindless corpses with like physical too.
Yep.
And they're basically like slowly like decay and fall to pieces. They're pretty much useful for like menial labor.
Oh yeah. Also, the murder zombies they stop decaying. So if we get some XP eventually, I can make them my retainers forever.
Yeah. Whereas the mindless corpses, they can't be repaired or heal damage. And they also take 1 health level of damage for each day that passes. So eventually, even if they just stood there doing nothing, they will just fall to pieces. However, they do get, and this makes a certain sort of sense, they do get Intimidation 4, which, yeah, it's a zombie.
they would.
Yeah,
what's the zombie ritual called?
It's the Gift of False Life, page 208, and the Courts of the Blood God.
Oh yeah, they do have prerequisites, but did you pick the correct one? I think you did.
You took Ashes to Ashes.
Ashes to Ashes. Yes, exactly. So you only had one option. Sorry, I was wrong because I forgot the prerequisites. But you're good with that pairing.
The only ingredients you need are a human body or multiple bodies, and a small concoction of blood, phlegm, and bile. You apply the concoction to the corpses, perform the ceremony, they animate, and they follow a single command from the vampire, providing it's simple and the corpse is physically capable of performing it. The examples given are: sweep the floor, hold this door shut, walk around the house perimeter. They've no ability
Carry this corpse.
Yeah. They've no ability to think or calculate, so conditional or complicated commands such as attack the next person to walk through this archway do not work. They may be directed towards a specific target for attack or other action if the necromancer points to them. So you've literally got to stand next to them and be like, kill that guy there if you want them to attack them.
That's fine. I can cope with that. It gives me long enough to run away.
Yeah, they're literally so dumb they don't even defend themselves from attack. Like if someone's attacking them, they'll just carry on doing what they were told to do and get beaten.
Brilliant.
Like if you say to your corpse, like, carry this body over there, and like a load of like hunters leap out with like guns and start firing at it, the corpse will just carry on walking, carrying the body until it falls to pieces in a hail of gunfire.
Yeah, they're committed. Committed
to the bit. Okay, so I think aside from, as we said, putting sort of chatting a bit about the coterie and sort of putting your relationships to each other on the map, I think we're pretty much done. Now one thing it does suggest, which might be of use in the main book, if I can find the page. There's a part where it lists suggestions for like sort of coterie types.
Oh yeah.
I forgot what page it's on.
Yeah, it's. There we go. So this is 195,
That's miles off.
and this is where we get to me and John chuckling because
'Cause
we're
it's
about to
stupid ass names.
we're about to go to France.
That's it. Okay. Oh god, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so that's coterie creation. So I'm going to jump to types of coterie first, and then we'll sort of look at some of the more funny stuff. Okay, so these are, it suggests here you choose a coterie type or invent your own. If your coterie matches a given type, I'm basically just going to give you the extra shiz it says here. So the types of coterie we have are a blood cult, although technically these are a violation of the masquerade. Blood cults have resurged recently. You entice mortal worshippers, feeding them blood or just enslaving them, and obviously in return you get dedicated worshippers and potential blood on tap and stuff like that. There is Cerberus. You exist to protect or guard a certain spot or important location. Champions, you exist to fight for a cause. Commando, you exist to fight its master's enemies. Daywatch, the coterie guards the undead city from mortals, so that protecting vampires against the Inquisition. Fang Gang, you operate as a criminal gang or a crew of burglars or con artists. Hunting Party, you specialise in hunting and capturing humans with particular qualities of the blood. Marakal, I think it's pronounced, you serve and guard the prince or baron, doing their biddings as attendants and hatchet men. Nomads, you travel from place to place. Plumer, united by ties of social prominence or common enthusiasms, you're a sort of social coterie. Kestari, you exist to accomplish a great enterprise or objective. Regency, an elder of the Camarilla chose or created the coterie to guard their legacy as they disappeared off to the Middle East. Sabiri, you disguise yourself as one type of coterie while secretly serving another prince or baron. Vemi, named after a vigilante secret society in medieval Germany apparently. Primogen tasked this coterie to protect the masquerade at all costs. Watchman, you patrol the city and protect it from intruders and other dangers. So I don't know if any of those appeal to you guys.
But I guess if we're going investigating, like the Watchmen or the Champions kind of feel.
Okay, yeah, so Champion
But
is...
that protection
fighting
of
for cause.
the Masquerade is also Venom. So it is.
Sorry.
Vema, yeah. So Vema is, like, say, you've
Yeah.
been tasked by, it says Primogen in here, but it would just be like an important body of kindred to, since there's not a heavy Camarilla presence in this city, you've been tasked by important kindred to protect the masquerade at all costs. That's Vema. Watchman is you patrol the city and protect it from intruders, anarchs, werewolves, all the manner of malarkey. So obviously this is a decision for the group, so feel free to discuss it and decide which, if any, of these appeals to you.
Yeah, I guess the protecting the masquerade is like the easy thing. And there's a couple more there that I think, Rob, you were just mentioning that like if we want to put a different flavor on it, we could. But basically, I guess we are like about a thing as far as like like there's a cause that we're pursuing, I suppose.
Yeah.
The Champions one kind of lines up with that, and it also kind of broad enough that we could kind of do a lot of with it as well. Also says that thicker-blooded champions likely consider themselves anarchs, so that would also move us away from the establishment a bit more than like the Watchman and the Protection of the Masquerade, which kind of both feel quite
Camarilla-ish.
So are we like a group of people who are sort of like picking this up now because we might think that if we do, then like we have claimed authority, basically. So if we clean the house, is the house then ours? I suppose is what I'm trying to like. Why would it be us doing this? Is what I'm thinking now. Have we been told to work together, or were we acquaintances and did we just realize, oh, we could make some moves here if we do this, if we do away with this problem, we can point to it and say, well, no one else did that, so.
Yeah, I guess I never thought about why. That's a.
I was going to say, so 12th and 13th generations of vampires and stuff don't normally jump up that quick, do they? Or if they do some sort of...
They didn't used to. A lot of the old guard is dead now or gone on travels indefinitely. And it's sort of like it's still sort of, it's not like open season, but like it's blatant that there's a lot of empty chairs around.
Yeah. Guess that comes to why we're together and why we're, what we're doing, I guess.
That other, the fact that we were not only trying to solve the mystery or investigation, but also trying to increase our status. That would add like a second theme running through the campaign, which
establish ourselves a little bit.
Yeah.
I would say if you're looking to improve your status, you're more likely to be able to do that if there's in a sort of anarch setting than a Camarilla setting, purely because two of your members are Hecata, which the Camarilla will be like, not so much. Whereas the anarchs, like, if you're sort of working for the cause, they give less of a shit about things like that. But like I say, it's up to you guys whether you want to have had like some sort of older kindred who's like specifically brought you guys together to like look into these matters, or whether you guys want to have come together yourselves and there's some sort of like personal reason for yourselves why you're sort of looking into these investigations. I mean, if you guys want to go like, oh, if you don't want to think about it too much, you say, oh yeah, an elder kindred's brought us together, I'm perfectly happy to like create an older kindred and be like, yeah, this dude's brought you together for reasons X, Y, and Z to investigate these strange occurrences that are going on in the city.
I mean, I definitely feel like I'd have already been investigating all this and looking into all this sort of over the years almost, and I don't think it's happened overnight.
No, definitely not.
So I feel that I'd have been doing all that. I'm quite financially supported and got resources and contacts, all that sort of stuff.
What level of resources have you
got? I've got so I've got resources level 4 and a level 3 contact.
Oh yeah, you're well off.
and I've only got a small secure haven, but I feel that he would be financing sort of stuff and looking for people to help him. Whether we can tie that into some of the links between the characters, I don't know. Because he's probably a bit of a loner, or was. I mean, would any of the guys be sort of up for hire almost to start with? Is that a thing? Do you think?
The one
So-
thing Mafia does very well is hire people out as protection.
Yeah. I think so if we go with the presumption that Darren, your character would be like just by default looking around because that's what he do, and he hits on this and eventually is like, okay, I might want to bring in people.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely outside my skill set and on my own anyway.
So because you have a lot of resources, your one dot, which is, you know, admittedly like abstract, but you're one dot away from like existence being trivial as far as money goes, and extremely well off. And I don't know, Rob and Dave, how many resources you have, but I did
Richard
not.
and me, and I work for the Mafia.
My character's focuses have not been on material gain, so I think if you are the richest, maybe you arranged for things to sort of get this way originally, because if you originally picked up the info, okay, something's happening, you notice the pattern, you come forward and you're like, well, I've got the info, I've got resources, I need people. So maybe talk to some of my associates and bring them on board, because you can kind of bankroll a lot of this stuff for us as well, acting as like, whether you want to do that or not is completely different, but like the option is there for you to be like the rich guy who sort of kicks the whole thing off.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely my ambition is to protect the innocents from being turned to vampires.
Yeah.
Because that's how he feels. That's what happened to him. So that's it. That's his long-term ambition.
Because the Questari might be a good one for that, because it's a group that kind of comes together to a single, accomplish a great enterprise or objective.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess they form of their own volition. So I guess that means it just gives us the, I guess, independence to the venture, you know. And it would still be okay that it would be bankrolled by one of the members, and that some of us were potentially paid and some of us were into it for more moral reasons or whatever. Seems to be a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are happy with the idea that Darren's character's already been investigating and he's sort of realised some of this is outside his wheelhouse effectively, and he's brought the rest of you guys in to like consult on it basically, and obviously it's down to you guys to ensure that, you know, your characters are going to remain interested in the like plot going on. Obviously I'm going to try and bring stuff in that sort of applies to your guys' characters and like the NPCs and stuff like that, and your the desires of your characters. But obviously it's down to you guys at the end to sort of like work together as a group, as a coterie, to pursue what's going on in the game, because despite the fact you're all like edgy like 90s vampires, it is still a group focused game. You are still playing like a coterie of vampires, so it's down to you guys to find a reason to like work together and to like keep that going throughout the game. But if you guys want to have Darren's character sort of bringing you all together initially, I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. And what type of coterie do we want to go for? Do we want to go for the Castari?
What's the Castari again?
It's the coterie exists to accomplish a single great enterprise or objective.
Yeah, I guess.
And it literally says here they may chase a target, hunt a relic, or solve a mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep, it's all good.
solve the mystery of the Venice murders.
Okay. So,
There's Old Man Withers.
okay, so I'm going to give you the extras you get here. Just noting this down in my notes. Okay, so boom, 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 boom. This is where we get to like the stupid titles. Okay, so the core aspect of every coterie is their domain, the physical area of the city in which the coterie can hunt. To the Camarilla, each domain is like a feudal fief held by grant from the prince or other noble kindred. Anarch coteries more likely refer to them as turf. Either way, the principle remains pretty much the same. So, like other elements of World of Darkness, domains have traits. Each dot of a domain trait costs 1 dot, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we have Chasseur, which describes how well stocked, vulnerable, and rich the domain is as a hunting ground. So 1 dot of Chasseur means you've got the geographical equivalent of 1 city block or a suburban gated community, all the way up to 5, which is like 3 neighbourhoods, a large group of features like all the parks of the south side, all the hospitals in Queens, stuff like that. They don't necessarily have to translate to size. It could be a smaller domain that has like richer pickings in it. Now, because you've gone for Castari, you guys are going to get Chasseur 1 by default, which means you've got a city block or like a small gated community as your legitimate domain, effectively.
I'm keeping track of these, by the way.
Yeah, I've got them written down as well. We then go on to Lian, which is how well integrated the coterie is into their domain. Each dot in Lian adds 1 dice to your pulls on attempts to interact peacefully with a native mortal of the area, find something, someone, or somewhere specific within the domain, get the word on the street. It basically just makes it easier to do social stuff when you're in your domain. It doesn't modify hunting rolls, however. You get to Lian 3, so basically any sort of social stuff within that city block that's your domain, you'll be getting like 3 extra dice to your pull.
Hot damn. We should talk to some locals, some witnesses.
Yeah, pretty much. If you've got anyone with even vaguely good social stats, and you're like, oh, we need to find out the word on the street, it's like, yeah, just like bang an extra 3 dice onto that dice pool I've got.
Also, it's just within our area though, but like the locals, the ones that we quote unquote, live with, I think that's how it works. Like this is our area specifically, and our area size is determined by chasse. Is that correct, John?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so it's on our block, people really like to talk to us. So
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So the next thing you get is you get contacts 2. So which are contacts in the local area who will feed you information. So yeah, so contacts are humans. With level 2 you have 1 contact who can do or get you something useful, to the equivalent of like resources 2. So the examples it gives are like a small time gun dealer or like a veterinarian.
Yep.
So we'll chat a bit about who that contact might be in a moment. You also get a haven, like like a group haven as well as any individual ones you've got, which we can sort out exactly what that is a bit later on or in the first session. And I'm going to give you the choice of it can either have a library, mauler, which is a group of NPC kindred in the area who are invested in helping you out, or it can have additional resources in the haven, so like assets that you could like liquidate fairly easily in the haven if you needed some like extra cash, or perhaps an income that's somehow generated from the haven, depending on what it is.
I would like to throw out the suggestion, even though like library sounds great. I think there's a lot of sort of emergent story fuel to be had with like, let's put some other vampires on our block who have like they're like, because this is from our area.
Yeah.
So, and it specifically, John, you said that they have a vested interest in helping us. We have tenants on our turf, so I feel like that is like story potential right there, because they're vampires. They're gonna bring in problems if we do the sort of second option that you mentioned. But that's I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, obviously this is something you need to decide as a group. Do you want the library, the group of kindred, or do you want the extra cashola?
Maybe plenty of cash.
I mean, Darren's
I think
character's
more
rolling in it.
Yeah, well, I say we, the royal we. So yeah, I think the mall are the extra kindred.
Yeah.
Okay, so effectively you are going to have Mauler at level 3.
Oh, it actually, this is pretty good.
Yeah. So basically, the way this works is if you add Mauler 1, you could have 1 neonate. Mauler 2, you could have 1 ancilla. So if you had Mauler 3, which you do, you could have 1 elder. Now, if you wish, instead of having a single vampire, you can have like a small group of vampires, but it costs like 1 dot more. So if you want a group of neonates, it costs 2 dots. A group of ancilla costs 3 dots. A group of elders would cost 4 dots. And Mauler, obviously we will put these on the relationship charts as well. As a general rule, they provide a helpful word and occasional sort of like really minor favours, but they're not going to like fight your battles for you or like massively inconvenience themselves for you. It's like if they have to do so for their own sake, they will do, but they're like most vampires, they're going to look after themselves first. But if they can help you and help themselves, or at least not massively inconvenience themselves, they probably will do.
And the max we can get is a group of
the max you will be able to
neonates,
get is a group of ancilla, because you've got 3 dots. So
Okay.
also you can acquire one-off minor boons from other kindred during character creation. They cost half the points of the equivalent Mauler. So what you could do if you wanted is technically, if you wanted to blow all your stack on this, you could go, we've not got a group of vampires, however we've got a one-off minor boon from a prince, and like when you call that minor boon in, the prince has to pay it, because like that's like the currency of vampiric society, but that's like a one-off deal. Once you've used it, it's gone. So you can get a lot more powerful person owing you a boon than you can a group, but obviously the group's an ongoing thing, whereas the favours are one-off.
I think the ongoing thing gives us more, story.
Yeah. Story wise, if we have a gaggle of vampires in our backyard, that I feel like that's spicy. Though, let it be said on the record, minor boon from a prince, we could probably point out a dude, and if it's not like the prince's banker, that dude's probably gonna die. So that's just a thought that is also very cool. But yeah, I think the gaggle of vampires is probably the call.
Okay, so do you guys want to have a single elder, or do you want to have a group of ancilla?
I think we want a group.
Yeah, I feel a small group of sort of below us, almost, you know,
And they're on our turf, so
sort of young vampires that are, you know, we can sort of control, use.
So probably what we want then is a bigger group of neonates then to be the same level effectively.
But basically you can have you can use it to have like a small. I mean, it doesn't say this specifically, but the way I'm sort of thinking of it is you could have a small group of ancilla, or you can spend the same amount of points to have like an even bigger group of neonates.
and maybe we have a couple of coteries then.
Yeah.
Like instead of having like one coterie of 10 vampires, like fucking the theater of De Vampire.
I'd be quite prepared to say like you could have, if it's neonates, you could have like 2 coteries of like 5 kindred. So making their havens within your city block or whatever.
Do we want to go with that?
Yeah. I definitely think
Sounds good.
neonates is the way to go because we
Okay.
Yeah, we're on because Ancilla might be like, yeah, we're doing you a favor by living in your house. And,
I think there's also a problem there, though, in the fact that you get more vampires in an area, you're going to get more attention.
yeah, and that's kind of that's kind of why I'm lobbying for this.
That's the story potential.
Yeah.
Because then we go in and it's like, listen, guys, like I need to call my Puttanesca friend every week to dispose of the bodies that you drop here.
I do like the idea that like, the reason his coteries like you so much because occasionally they come up to like you guys and they're like, it's happened again. I don't suppose you could help us out with this. It's in the back of the van.
And Dave's
Protection
just like,
racket.
for fuck's sake. It's just let's fire up ashes to ashes, I guess.
Yep. Okay, so what I'm going to suggest is obviously I'll come up with a name for the coterie and I'll detail out the coterie and whatever. What I would suggest though is we come up with a very sort of simple like theme for each of the 2 coteries. So we might be like, oh, coterie 1 is like the bruisers and thugs coterie or whatever, and this is how we feel about them and this is how they feel about us, and we'll sort of keep it as like the coteries rather than the individual sort of kindred for now. We'll sort of generalize them out a little bit. So does anyone you've got 2 of these coteries of neonates who I'm going to assume because they're sort of like well disposed towards you, they're probably a bit younger than yourselves in terms of vampiric time as vampires. So does anyone have any thoughts for the sort of basic concept of the first coterie?
I guess I had a thought that maybe we would have if each of them rolled up into a different faction. So if one of them rolled up into the Camilla and one of them rolled up into the Anarchs, that might give us some
A bit of an
yeah, with either of the factions should we need it.
well, that's fine. If everyone's happy with that, I'll make a quick note of that.
Yeah, no, I also think that the Anarch should be like hipsters.
Do you know what? Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
So if we
Of
want
course,
to
they
go
were
with this,
vampires before it was all the cool new thing.
like, are these? Because okay, hold on here. So if we're saying anarchs and we're saying hipsters, which I'm hearing as like they're modern as people, like they're not going to be like from the 80s necessarily, like younger than that. Is this an anarch coterie of primarily tourists that got turned into vampires? Because
Oh yeah, I could see that.
because that might sort of be an interesting thing, because there's a reason why they would be stuck with us, people who are not necessarily big shots in the vampire world, and they need to be on our turf, pay us homage, because they're even lower on the social strata, because they're just accidents.
Yeah, I could see that. you know,
Dirty
when-
foreigners.
I could see that when the Anarchs are like, oh yeah, we're gonna sort of start taking a bit of this territory because like the Hikata aren't like policing it as thoroughly, and they're like, oh shit, son, we need like some recruits, like quick. Oh, there's a big gaggle of people over there wearing like swim shorts and like ridiculous hats. They'll do.
Bonk.
Big fat Americans.
Yeah. How do we feel about that?
Yeah, and the Plumer looks like a good. What are they called? Sorry, just so much.
Coterie.
Coterie, yeah. Looks like a good coterie for them.
Sorry, what's a good coterie for them? Sorry.
Plumer, it's called. Birds
Oh,
of
yeah,
feathers
they-
flock together, and social coteries like Plumers
Yeah.
exemplify this adage. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm making note of that. Plume out. Okay, so that's our anarch hipsters sorted out. Not a phrase I thought I'd be saying. To be honest, but love it. Okay, so what about our sort of Camarilla neonate coterie?
Oh, stuck up Vantru.
Just the stereotypical like businessmen Vantru, they all wear like grey suits.
Yeah, man.
They're all
Trying
carrying
to,
lap-
trying to
they're all carrying
muscle in on
laptops.
some mafia turf. It's
Yeah.
that, or you have like a coterie of Tremere.
I would say another possibility, because it is a sort of Toreador themed coterie, because there's like Mo art exhibits and like places
And
of like natural beauty in Venice.
Massive balls every year.
Yeah. So
The-
I
there's
could
also-
legitimately see why like the socialite sort of Camarilla kindred would be like, oh, what, you say there's like room going in Venice that we can move into? Let's go.
I would go with a Vantru Toreador mix.
Yeah, that'll be the spearhead.
Because the Vantru would quite happily foot the bill for the Toreador. Just like you say, to get the foot in the door.
Okay. And what sort of coterie do we think would be good for them?
Probably like Watchmen or something.
Yeah, but if they're sort of acting as a spearhead, I'm not sure if they'd be like protecting and patrolling the city, because they'd presumably be trying to like establish themselves.
Well, I think they'd be trying to obviously protect it that way, because they're trying to protect the little bit of turf they've already got. It's the Camarilla, it's what they do.
Yeah, that's a possibility. The other possibility we've got is there could be a regency coterie where some sort of Camarilla elder was like, I'm sodding off to the Middle East, but like I want you to carry. Maybe that elder was planning on like moving into Venice like beforehand, and was like,
Yeah.
I've got to go and deal with this business in the Middle East. You coterie that I've created, go and get me some like turf ready in like Venice, and I want it done before I get back. He disappears off to the Middle East. They're like, all right, we're moving into Venice, but like, I'm like, shit, how do we do this? so basically they're like friendly with you guys, because they're like, oh look, we ain't gonna get this shit done ourselves, and like if like Big Daddy V gets back and like we've not done it, he's gonna be extremely unhappy, and that's not going to end well for us.
Especially with the Hecata owning pretty much all the property.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a possibility. Obviously we don't have to go with that.
I'd go with that one.
Is everyone else happy with that?
Yeah, works for me.
Okay, so that's Regency 199. So preparing a way for Camarilla Elder. Okay, so the very last thing for these coteries is that how do you guys feel about these coteries as a group, and how do you think they feel about you? And we
I think
don't
with the hipsters, it's probably disbelief that they're still alive.
I think it's a case of, well, we have our non-Hecata friends here. I guess there might be a bit of a, like, because they are ostensibly Anarch affiliated, I'm guessing there might be a bit of a sympathetic thing going on that way. I'm not sure about Darren. Like, what does your character feel about the political landscape of Venice? Is he in with the Anarchs? Is he in with the boardroom camarilla?
Definitely, he's definitely a loner. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I don't think he wants to associate with any of them.
yeah.
But I guess you don't get a choice, really.
You can choose empty as well, which is a good point of tension as well, because there's a lot of people looking to sign you up to stuff.
Yeah,
Join us.
Yeah, I think he would try and sort of float as much as he can, and keep out of it as much as he can, unless he's forced into a corner to make a decision. He'll be trying to avoid it as much as can, the politics side of it.
Yeah,
Probably more Anarch leaning.
Yeah, to keep his head down.
Yeah,
as much as possible.
So, I guess with that, if we've got one person who's sort of like mostly just trying to stay away from having to deal with that stuff too much, and we've got one. So, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, but like Anarch leanings.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got one Anarch on board, and we've got two Hekata. We're not, we're not ungracious hosts these days. So I don't know. Rob, I guess it's there's a lot that you could establish here as well. What I was thinking is like, is this like your character's project? It's like, guys, we need to have a place for these. It's not their fault that they're this way. Like they're us, we only by the only by the grace of God are we here, and not like that. So
I see myself as being much harder than that.
Mhm.
Kind of living off scraps in the mountains for 6 years kind of stuff. So I see myself as being not at all enamored by hipster style guys, kind of more, they're anarchs, so they're okay. So I'm not suspicious of them or scared of them or worried about them, but I also don't see them as being that kind of pet project. I see them as just like a people that we bump into and talk to and trade news with, but not,
So they're more
very little
acquaintances
more
rather than friends.
Yeah, certainly from my perspective. It just wouldn't, if I think of myself as like that old style, grew up in the 40s kind of, mentality.
Get a haircut.
Yeah, exactly.
Shave those sideburns, you hippie.
So I again, just my thought. Maybe we just got saddled with these guys. Like someone else made the call. Someone way higher up who can make the call was basically like, you guys ain't shit, so here's tenants. Deal with it. So unless we have other ideas, maybe someone up the chain just decided this is where they live, and we don't have the pull to go against that.
Okay. So
Yeah.
how do you think these hipstery guys feel about you guys?
Are we vocal?
Largely the same, I think. Like, we're all serious and fucking doing our thing, and they're all like having parties and fucking whatever else, and we see them as a little bit weird and a little bit, and they see us the same way, not a just kind of ships passing in the night kind of, we do our thing, you do your thing, everyone's happy.
I sort of see us as maybe their last resort, because they can't go anywhere else because they've just been thrown out of everywhere, and it's like they've been put in our area because of nowhere else. and we're not big enough.
Mm-hmm.
Is the sort of say. So yeah, we've been sort of forced to get. So it's just a mutual, not a respect. It's just acknowledgement, and we just get on with it. We leave them unless we need you, and they'll leave us, and
Yeah, sounds good.
until things kick off, I guess.
Okay, so what about our burgeoning Camarilla coterie? How do you guys feel about them? This
Suspicious.
This mix of businessmen and artists.
Um,
Well, I'm seeing
I
it's
guess
more
we'd
sort
be
of
suspicious,
socialites.
right? You know, wouldn't be fully relaxed around and would feel like. I guess it comes down to you, Giovanni, guys, and how you'd feel about being that close to them. But there'd be an amount of tension anyway, I think.
Yeah, I think definitely my character has a couple of things here which are rather interesting now that I think about it in like Camarilla context, because I've got 3 convictions, one of which is reject wealth for it corrupts, and the Venture are kind of all about that moolah, and they probably throw it around as well because that's kind of their style. And I've got also obey authority as one. So I think I'm sort of like socially cordial with them while making like veiled stabs at the fact that you worship at the altar of Moloch, abandon material wealth. So it's sort of like, yeah, I hang with them, but I also like just moralize a little bit, I think. Unless we've established that like we're not talking to these guys as a group.
No, I think we should, for that kind of cordial thing, while there's tension, kind of is how I would see it.
Sounds good. Now, the $6 million question. How do you think they feel about you guys?
Who do we have? We've got a loner of mysterious nature and means. We've got a sort of gruff, modern survival man turned finder of things and people. We've got a local sort of socialite-esque leg breaker. and I guess an intense Catholic death priest. And there's overlap there to a degree, but I don't think we go to a lot of the same parties. Is what I'm saying. We go to a different trade fair than these guys.
I'd say there's definitely business opportunities, but
yeah,
beyond that, it's
I guess like
we're
there's
both very wary of each other.
because these are like by default like we need to take these guys at least seriously, right? As opposed to the unfortunates. And
The misfits.
yeah, and I guess that would lead to like I don't know, because we want to put up a thing where it's like, oh, it's our city, right? So, and these are blatantly like not locals as such, and like, maybe we do like social calls every now and then, just because.
Yeah,
You know?
it's probably like Cold War-esque, you know.
Yeah,
We're both suspicious of each other, but we need to do business in order to.
yeah. So I guess we're like cordial frenemies, like.
Love it.
But they're probably pissed off that Darren's got more money than they have. But
Yeah, it's like who is this guy? No one knows.
Especially since it's an Nosferatu.
Like, which futures has he invested in? Like, does anyone know?
It's just sitting on a big pile of Nancy gold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
sounds good
Bitcoin.
to me. Okay, so the very last thing we need to put down on the sheets is on the description tab. You'll notice you have a space for clan bane. Now, each different clan has a specific bane associated with them. So I'll tell you what those are. So for the Gangrel clan, when in frenzy, so when your beast takes over, you gain one or more animal features, a physical trait, a smell, or a behavioural tick. They last for one more night afterwards. So let's say you went into a frenzy and I was like, oh, you've got eyes that look like a wolf's eyes. That would last for the night following your frenzy.
Okay.
Each feature reduces one attribute by 1 point. Now, if it's appearance based, it's probably normally a social attribute, because people would like find you slightly unnerving. Like the example it gives here, it may decide like a forked tongue reduces charisma, for example. The number of features a gangrel manifests equals the severity of their bane. So basically, the more booked up you get, the more animal features you manifest.
Yes.
Okay, the bane for the Nosferatu is all Nosferatu count as having the revolting flaw, which is a 2-point flaw, and they can never increase their rating in the looks merit. In addition to any attempt to disguise themselves as a human incurs a penalty to their dice pool equal to their bane severity. And I presume you've got the older Hecata one, which is the you must study death or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's the compulsion, which like we'll deal with all compulsion shit way later because it's not really a part of the generation part as such, and I don't think there was a place for it either. But the bane, which I see my sheet has failed to record even as I put it there, and it's deleted. Oh no, I'm having some
Yeah, me too. It's so annoying.
information retaining difficulties here. But the bane for the Hecata is the following. Here we go. So, steeped in death, the fangs of the Hecata bring not bliss but agony. Victims caught unawares will violently resist unless restrained, and few people willingly submit to the torture that is the Hecata kiss.
Yeah.
When drinking directly from a victim, you may only take harmful drinks, resulting in blood loss. Unwilling mortals not restrained will try to escape, and even those coerced or willing must succeed at a roll. Coerced or willing vampire victims of the Hecata must make a frenzy test in order not to get spooked.
Yeah.
So we can't be smooth with the drinks from the tap.
Yeah. And the way this works for most vampires is when you bite someone, they fall under the effect of something called the kiss, and that's sort of like a blissful feeling that washes over them. So even like a sort of vile Nosferatu, once they've got their fangs in someone, the kiss goes in, the person's like got these waves of bliss that effectively disable them, allowing the vampire to continue drinking. With the Hecata, that's not the case. When they drink from a mortal, it's very painful, and they're fully aware it's very painful and what's going on. So they may try and struggle and resist and try and escape. They're not just going to be stood there like, oh, like they would be if one of either Darren or Rob's character was feeding off them. Right, and I think that's pretty much it, guys.
Wonderful.
I know that was a bit of a long one, but hopefully we've the character gen for V5's pretty involved, but it does give you like this whole relationship map and pretty much everything you need to like run the first session.
Yeah,
Just
we
straight
not
off the
only
bat.
did we make characters, we also made 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like a dozen NPCs as well.
Indeed. So I'm just going to save the notes I've made. Right, so before we wrap up, does anyone have any other questions? Anything you want to ask, etc.?
I think I'm okay.
No, mate, all good.
Right. In which case, thank you very much, guys. And obviously, I'm going to end the end of the stream here. So thanks for anyone who's watched this. Like I say, more for my own reference and for our reference than people watching. But if anyone does watch it, thanks very much. Hopefully, we'll join you for the game. Take it easy.